Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, January the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. I guess you can hear me and see my screen. Excuse me, a little hoarse from yesterday screaming at the TV, watching football, guys. So, anyway. Well, I guess now we have our answer about what was going to happen over the weekend. No bounce yet in this market at all. In fact, we're taking a big downturn this morning to start off with. There are so many stocks that are down. It's stupid to go over them all. I'll just try to cover a few that kind of stuck out for me, or kind of sticking out for me. Of course, crypto is just being destroyed. Retailers, kind of an interesting one today. KSS, I guess there are rumors of a buyout for KSS. That's a huge move up here. Kohl's confirms receipts of interest, expressions of interest. Okay. I can't see if, I'm not sure if that headline is telling me exactly who. Yeah, I don't see who they're talking about. In other words, who the acquiring company could be. But anyway, KSS has just put a huge pop here. And I don't know if that's the reason why companies like Macy's is up. Yeah, I guess this is it, guys. I'm just looking at another headline here. Macy's, Nordstrom's shares move higher after Kohl's takeover offer. So the retailers are having a bit of a move today. There's Macy's up, and also Nordstrom's, JWN, and I guess just kind of sympathy plays to KSS. So that's that. Now, and let's see, a couple more that are up. EXTN, I guess they are some kind of a merger with another. What's a merger? I'm just gonna leave it like that. Is a merger. Now, is there anything else that I can see that's up? BTBD, excuse me, is up. Operator fast food restaurants, no news from the company to account for the move. Okay, so there's no news that we can see. There might be some news if you guys really dive into it, but certainly no headline news that I can see for the reason that BTBD is up. MBOT is up also. MBOT, MBOT. And is there any news? Okay, so the stock is receiving a Reddit short squeeze mention. Okay, fine. And Pixie was up also, PIXY. And let's see, it is over Friday's high, or it's right at Friday's high, I guess. Let's see, announces the launch of a robust NFT gamification. All right. Now on the downside, let's take a look. Man, Hood. I mean, I'm just probably picking out the ones that people know about more. But there's Hood, lifetime low now. HOOD, of course. LAC, LAC. What was it doing? Down 5%. And again, I'm just looking at these monthly charts where they could keep going to. Riven, oh my goodness, RIVN. Remember when Zach was talking about this one, sub 100. Well, it's sub 100 now, $60, RIVN. Laser, another one. This is an all-time low. And it was squeaking in to be an all-time low, LAZR. Snap. Again, I'm just looking at Snap because there's room underneath. Like a lot of these charts are going to look like this. DraftKings, DKNG. DraftKings almost an all-time low. Almost. I mean, I guess this is it. The all-time low is over here, 1760. So yeah, we're almost at an all-time low for DraftKings. TSP. This is another all-time low. Another all-time low. TSP. Not an all-time low, guys, but boy, AMC keeps sinking, sinking, sinking. Getting closer and closer to this level down here. That $11 level right here on that monthly chart. Here we go. Actually, Unilever, UL. Actually, is a nice little pop up for Unilever. Gains after a report of activist investor Trian taking a stake in the company. Okay, so that is, remember how it got hammered last week? Modest recovery here for 3 days. Remember, this was Tuesday. That's right, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, remember the market was closed on Monday. So, yeah, so Unilever got hammered on the Tuesday. Modest little recovery on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But right back up now. Right back up from whence it came. CCXI tried to rally a little bit last week after being thumped, but this is on the way down now and right at that 200-day moving average. Remember the thumping it took this month? It rallied quite well. I mean, almost got right back up to that area, almost. And but then, of course, on the last week was sinking, 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 and continues. If you look at the weekly chart, 18 is the next low looking left on that weekly chart, approximately 18. So, you know, obviously, if this market continues down, and Rocket Companies, I guess, RKT. Another all-time low. I was sort of reading your comments about DAS and all that. I'll be honest, I know what DAS is, but I've never, ever thought about it in terms of, should I have it or shouldn't I? Never. And let's see, 909. I'm going to be very interested to see what the analysts have to say this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. Just give me a moment, please. I just got to... There we are. They usually come in around 9:10, so it might be a little early to start looking for it. Yeah, just a little early, just waiting for it to show up in my email. Oh, I see, William. Okay, the hotkeys and all that. I know it. Within IB, you can use hotkeys too. I've just never been a hotkey guy. But anyway, I profess to know really zero about it. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for that email to show up in my email. See what the analysts have got to see this morning. I'm just intrigued to see if it's just like we have one upgrade and 1,000 downgrades. Yeah, of course. Well, DWAC, DWAC, because we're following that a lot. It can't escape. There we go. Okay, I'm just interested to see what sort of... Actually, I mean, it's exactly almost the opposite. Not too many upgrades, but hardly any downgrades. So let me just get some of them in. Interesting. Whew. Just looking to see if we can see any multiple upgrades. I don't see any yet. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and maybe they've got too many to mention. But seriously, there's not that many. Not from, I'm using briefing.com. I'm sure there are probably tons of upgrades. Go to all sorts of different websites, but this is what I've got from briefing.com this morning, and that's it. Netflix downgraded by Jeffries. Snap downgraded by Wedbush. All right, there we have it. The upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com. Well, Lisa, KISS has certainly put a shot in the arm for the retailers this morning. But a lot of resistance right around here. I don't see, can anybody see who, they're saying they say take over letters of interest. So there might be more than one suitor. Now, personally, I'm going to tread very lightly today. I'm not going to. Certainly on bounce plays, the market would really, really have to prove to me that there's going to be some movement. On Friday, I do recall we had about 45 minutes, about an hour and 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the SPY on Friday. And remember here, it looked like, okay, maybe we're going to have a bounce back. Remember, this is Friday. Thursday, we had the big down day. And then right here, it looked like, okay, maybe. And that lasted for about an hour and 15 minutes. And then look at this. And then look at this. See if energy is. When I take a look at the sectors, we're going to see if energy is up. Of course, with all that's happening over in Europe right now with Ukraine and Russia, etc. Let's see if there's a financing for Rito. Yeah, I do see it's down a lot. No, I don't see any news on it. Probably, other than the fact they probably shouldn't have been up here on Friday in the first place, and it's just a continuation. But I don't see. Actually, BPI, you're right, my trades. I did, not BPI, but BTI. I did see BTI, British American Tobacco. I did see this one was up. Yeah, there's BTI. Let's take a look at BTI. What sort of room does it have? On the monthly chart, looks like around 45 or so right here in these 2 months. But yeah, BTI is definitely up. But yeah, it's nothing to do with Holly. Okay, you need you need real time data. I think there's about a $10 package, Bobo, but it's got really nothing to do with Holly. It's just regardless of whether you're trading an AI alert or an alert you get from one of your scans, it's really got nothing to do with whether it works best with Holly or anything else you do, any other type of trading you do. You just need a real-time data plan. I think there's one for about $10. $10 a month. The question was with what data plans. Well, you need the U.S. exchanges, of course. I mean, you don't have to go OTC if you don't want to, because Holly AI never goes OTC. So, if you want to cover it all, I mean, you need New York and of course NASDAQ. So you probably don't need, if you don't care about OTC stocks, and if you're specifically asking about the AI, yeah, the AI doesn't do OTC stocks, so you don't need to subscribe to that exchange. You're talking about going to Kohl's, Zach, in the mall on the weekend. Does Lego have a symbol? Who owns Lego? Couldn't believe the lineup for the Lego store. Could not believe it. And wasn't just a one-off. Every time I go to the mall at the Lego store, there's always a big lineup. The Lego's private. Too bad, man. Oh man, they should go public. All right, guys. Well, let's just take a look at the sectors this morning. I'm sure everything is going to be red. I'm just a little interested to see what energy is. But other than that, probably your dividends might be 50-50 or so. Or dividends, utilities. Not even utilities. Oh, even energy. Okay. So nothing, guys. So here's a glimpse of what we're seeing in the pre-market from the major sectors. So when you see XLE, these are the major ETF for the energy sector, stocks that make up XLE. So what does that 100% mean? It means every stock right now, as we speak, is down from the close on Friday. There's not one stock that's above the close of Friday. That's what that 100% means. Look at tech, almost 100% also. Financials, almost 100%. Consumer staples probably getting a bit of a shot. Let's see. Maybe, I don't know if the retailers are in here. Yeah, Walmart. So I guess the retailers aren't here. So I guess that's why, 25% of them are up. Even though when you look at it, JWN, I don't think it's part of this ETF. But anyway, materials, communications, man, oh man. It'd be interesting when we look at this about an hour from now. I like to take a look once the market's open for about an hour. This can change so rapidly, especially when we get a bounce of some sort. But right now, this is a glimpse of what's happening. I should mention this one, guys. One, I mean, you might be looking at this and going, wow, up 1,500%. It's not really. Our provider, unfortunately, has not adjusted to the fact this is a, excuse me, a reverse split. I don't know what the ratio is. Let's see if I can see what the ratio is. Looks like a 1 for 25 reverse split for 1. So what does that mean? So when you see 258, so that was like a 10-cent stock on Friday. Yeah, you can see it right there. So this is not up 1,500%, okay? Yeah, I don't see. I see Halliburton, William. Halliburton is an earnings play. HAL pre-market. But we'll certainly see some after. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are probably some others. I mean, this is all I'm looking at right now. Is this is it? I'm sure there'll be some others today. Just not making my filter requirements in the pre-market yet, but certainly this week we'll have a lot more earnings plays. Tough time for companies to be releasing earnings, even if they're good. Let's take a look at the SPY again. I mean, what is really happening here when you look at the higher time frame? So on the monthly chart, I mean, we're now, you know, I mean, we're testing this right here. This is what, 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4 months ago, the low was about 420, 429 or so. So we're almost there. Kind of see if it takes this out right here and just continues. Yeah, that would be interesting. And of course, as was pointed out, I mean, when the pandemic started, you know, these 2 months right here for the SPY, I mean, this looked like it was completely over. And then we had, yeah, an amazing run, you know, technology driven, of course, but just an absolutely amazing run. Kind of keeping an eye on IMTE. It's kind of weathered the storm. I mean, it's down. Oops, got the wrong symbol here. IMTE kind of weathered the storm. I mean, it's down a little bit today, but it kind of weathered the storm. I mean, you look at this daily chart for IMTE. You know, you compare that to what the rest of the market was doing at the time. And it's pretty impressive. You know, so I think I've got some alerts set over 12 in case that happens later on today. Well, you know the market is in disarray if Zach is going to do that, following me in terms of my kind of internal rule of not trading in the first 15 minutes. You got to let things settle down, guys. Seriously, I mean, you're going to play again, bounce plays, highly suspect today, all right? Depending, of course, what the market does. I had to turn off my sound. It was just over and over and over and over and over again with the gap downs. I usually get, I hear the gap ups in the pre-market, but here are all the gap downs, and just over and over again every time the stock made a new low, and it was just over and over and over again. So I had to turn it off. It was driving me crazy. Yeah, EXTN again. I don't. This is a merger with another Enerflex. Okay, let's just take a look exactly what it says. Merge. So Enerflex trading higher after the company said it would merge with Exteran. So is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. We haven't talked about Peloton, PTON. It's really weird, watching a Peloton ad now on TV. It's hard to disassociate, with what's happening to the company and then watching ads for Peloton. Some of the ones that are it's just over and over, guys. FUBO, SPWR, they're all ringing at me. When I say that, I'm talking about, I'm getting, text to voice. This is what's happening. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. One minute to the open. Yes, thank you, William. Now 20 seconds. Yeah, so for me, if there was ever a time to set out the first 15, for me, this is it. You might think, oh, I'll just short everything right off the bat, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. All right, we're open. Okay, we got Mara and Riot, and look at Mara and Riot. Now again, it's early. I don't, even though they're showing up here, I don't like taking them this early, just in case they have a little bounce. But maybe today's the day. Nothing is going to bounce for a while anyway. So what are we down now? So Dow's down almost 500. Tech is getting, Nas is down. Oh, look at that SPY down. Whoa. And there's, well, we're probably going to get a lot of 10-day daily breakdowns today. There's plug. Plug, NIO. This is Arlington Assets. Is that AI? Oh no, it used to be called that. Now it's called C3.ai. Okay. Wow, look at this one. All-time low, AI. Keep an eye on the SPY, guys, right there. I mean, I know it's trying little green sliver in the 15-minute chart. So Macy's, okay, Macy's, it's putting in a high here. There's the pre-market high, 25.10. Even AMC has had a little bounce. GME, always in jeopardy right now of giving up 100 in a big way. It doesn't want to give it up yet. GME. Not Hood. Hood had a modest bounce, guys, but boy, Hood, $12. Incredible. All right, there's the IMTE. This is, I mean, you know, you talk about relative strength. I mean, again, I mentioned this one pre-market. I mean, this one has been basically in isolation compared to the rest of the market. It has been doing its thing. I'm interested to see if it can take out 12 again. Okay, give me one moment, please. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on this IMTE. I mean, it's only down 2%, but again, it's just the relative strength that has taken place with this IMTE compared to what the rest of the market has been doing. Very low float, 5.8 million. So you, again, like always, you've got to take, you know, a lot of precaution when you have a float like that. Look at Peloton, guys. PTON. A lot of volume coming into Peloton. PTON on that first 15-minute candle. Right there. A little one. RVPH. Some volume coming into RVPH. Let's see. So there was some news on this. Well, news. Let's see. 10. Oh, why not? Wainwright initiating coverage. $10 a share price target. Why not? So that is RVPH. If you're wondering why this one is having a little bit of a pop. Yeah, Macy's making another new high here. And we have our first halt of the week. BSFC on the way down. BSFC on the way down. And we had a big pop here for DWAC, DWAC. So we've had some movement in some of these, but look at this SPY, guys. Just keep an eye on the SPY. I mean, look at that. I mean, we're still direction still unknown. We've had three bars like this. But, you know, that looked like it was going to be a green candle, but look at it now. What time is it? 9:38. So it still has 7 minutes to close. So I'd be very wary about any bounces right now. Macy's, Macy's a little bit of a star here. So you look left on the daily chart. The next high is 25.77. I don't know if there's any specific news for Macy's. I mean, I think it's being dragged along by Kohl's, KSS, along Nordstrom's was doing the same thing. I don't see any specific news for Macy's other than a sympathy play with Kohl's, KSS. Now there's Nordstrom's doing the same kind of thing. PGR, guys, here's how much volume? Not bad, actually. Look at this PGR. I don't know anything about them. They're almost on an all-time high, PGR. It's an expensive stock, $110, but PGR. All right, well, again, keep an eye on the SPY, guys. Eye on the SPY. Look at this. Now this is a green. This is a green candle so far. What time is it? Another 5 minutes. A little 4.5 minutes for this one to close. Yeah, I mean, yeah, UVXY, any broker. PGR. I mean, I don't know anything about these guys. I mean, I know I can read about them, but sure. wonder if Zach kept to his his opening statement. Not going to trade in the first 15 minutes. How's this BHC doing? BHC 24.29 was the alert. Yeah, see, little bounce. I don't like taking these early if I'm going to take them. Good for you. Look at IMTE. I mean, you know, I was watching the IMTE. You know, a big topping tail. Almost got to 12. Came right back down. I'd be so wary of taking anything long right now. And let's see, BSFC just opened. Yeah, I remember seeing this HKIV. This used to be halted quite a bit, over and over and over again. All right, SOFI weakening. What's the next low? Looking left is about 12, so it's got some room to move and wants to keep moving down. We're almost a couple of minutes away from that first 15 minutes. Boy, NIO is just getting slammed here. 25.38 was the alert, and boy, underneath, look at this. It takes out 25. I mean, where's the support? GMVD, you guys are talking about GMVD, not showing up on my scans. I don't know why, but it's not. Give me a moment, please. All right, so it's pretty cheap. Arval just showed up. ARVL just showed up in my, and it's an all-time low, ARVL. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, look at that first 15-minute candle. Remember, there was it was green briefly, red, and now the next one is red also. So, you know, look out below. Okay, there's the ARVL. Let's see, ARVL. How much room? Well, it's an all-time low, so Well, you know what? Peloton's not doing too badly. I mean, PTON, the high looking left, that was on Friday, is 28.70. So it's approaching that high on Friday. Yeah, we've seen some big dollar swings. Look at DWAC. I mean, DWAC looked like it was almost going to take out 70 on that opening candle, right back down to 65 and sinking. So, let's see what Peloton does at the high. I mean, it's getting closer to that high on Friday. 28.70 was the high. Red bar ignored. Red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for PTON. Boy, FCX, I mean, remember FCX, it was just ripping up to $46 a few days ago, back down to 38. It is approaching the 200-day moving average now. All right, first 15 in the books. Pixie, let's take a look at Pixie. I mean, Pixie is, yeah, trading on its own for sure. New NFT gamification. All right. Through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is $1.93. Well, you know what? RIP EV plays. I mean, I don't see one EV play. I mean, I'm looking at XPEV, LI, NIO, plug earlier. Um, I mean, there's no safe sector. Look at AMC now. Remember AMC had that little pop right at the, right here. Remember it got up to 17. All right, guys. Well, the only one I'm in, and it's just a modest one, is the ARVL. I mean, I'm not in love with it. It's pretty cheap, and this is from the scan here. ARVL. There was the alert right at my 944. But all the I mean, if you got the breaking down on volume, I mean, it's wow, 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 over and over and over again. That's my sound alert. Wow. And XPEV through the 200-day moving average. That's what we're talking about. I mean, I've got my sound alert on this one. It's wow, and it says wow, 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 over and over and over again. The only one I took so far is the ARVL. And that's not from that scan, but that's from my 10-day breakdown. And all-time low, of course. The only reason I keep the sound on, really, is to hammer the point home, okay? Hammering the point home. That, I mean, this is a market. If you're trying to play any bounces, you know, good luck. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I just can't get too into these. The cheap ones kind of will trade on their own to a certain extent, but I just can't get into it. And there's Uber. I mean, Uber, 34.49, 34.14 now. Is there a way to tell if volume is high? I don't understand the question exactly. I mean, you can, you know, it depends what you mean. I mean, relative volume or just overall volume. I mean, relative volume is a good indicator for us anyway. Well, you can't tell if it's a reversal or it's going to go straight down, if that's your question. You know, in this market, I mean, look, you're going against market forces. You have to let it trade for a while. I mean, I don't know if Pixie is going to stop here, but you know, the overall market sentiment is so negative right now. So I'm trying to say, you know, playing bounces, very difficult. All right, sound alerts have slowed down. What is that JMVD doing? I spoke too soon. Guys, Peloton. I mean, Peloton. I mean, it's it's now about. I'm not in this one, but I mean, look at it now. PTON over Friday's high. There it is up here, 32. That's where that Spruce Point article came out that day. Drove it down. Casper is the buyout. Okay, Casper is the buyout. CSPR is the buyout. So just don't know. I mean, I know it's chopped around a little bit here, but remember, it is a buyout. Another EV play, FUV, cheap one. Not an all-time low, sorry. I thought it was an all-time low. Yeah, it's a bounce play though. I mean, yeah, it kind of worked. What's the market doing? All right. Well, ARVL is giving me something at least. ARVL. There was the alert at 379, basically where I took that short. It's the only one out of the list I took. Interesting. The AI is short one, long one. And the long one, the short one, you would think, okay, in a day like today, got to be working, right? Nope. Not yet, anyway. However, if you have the AI, I mean, look at the AMPL. I mean, I'll talk about it. Wow. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. This is just massive, massive waves of selling here. So there's the AMPL. So the short, so it has had the pop. Don't lose sight of it. I mean, look, if it gets back down to this level again, we're short. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. It's an all-time low right now. I mean, there in theory, that's the all-time low. So this might be just a short pop-up. So keep an eye on it. What do these guys do? ARVL. You should never know. Sometimes. Oops. ARVL. What are they? No, it's not even. It's okay. Luxembourg stock. Oh, an EV play. I didn't even know that. So the EV play. Saw something about CVNA from our YouTube room. CVNA. Oops, CVNA. CVNA. What are you doing? Carvana. Okay. Yeah, it's had a nice little move. Just watching my ARVL as it's sort of 359, 360. Want to see if I can get into the mid 50s. Did see RVPH earlier. RVPH, did see it. Let's see what it's doing now. Oh, that's right. This is the one where Wainwright is initiating coverage and putting a $10 price target on it. Okay, so that's the reason for RVPH. Don't see any other. I don't see any other reason. Next high looking left is 207. Then we've got 214 here. So Halliburton is an earnings play, guys. Halliburton, HAL, is an earnings play, and it has been choppy, though. It's been pretty choppy, but it's starting to move down now. Boy, I mean, there's almost a $4 bounce for DWAC. You got to be careful on these, man. There are lots and lots of volatility. Come on. Sorry, guys. ARVL. All right. Only one I took. Giving me a nice little percentage move. I didn't even realize it was an EV play. But again, guys, you remember, the ones I really love are the ones that are making lifetime lows. Yeah, I don't trade the VIX, okay, Alejandra. I'm sorry, Alejandra. I don't trade the VIX, so I'm not an ETF player. I mean, what about it? Obviously, a lot of fear in the market right now, so, but I just don't trade it. Coming into a 200-day moving average, if that really means anything, I don't know if that means anything on things like this, but man, the little hood rat is just moving down and down. My goodness. This came probably in here, or did it? No, believe it or not, the relative volume isn't high enough, but oh. I'm going to try to ride this ARVL as down as much as I can. I mean, EV, it's an EV play. Didn't realize it, but EV is in, like most sectors, in complete disarray. Swan, you're trying to play a reversal today in a you know, look at the market. I mean, you know, you're going against the odds. Okay, trying to place any sort of a bounce on a reversal. I'm not saying it won't happen for a specific stock, but you're just going against the odds of what the market's doing. Somebody else might want to chime in, but I mean, I'm just not in like bounce plays off reversals and things like that with the market doing what it's doing. You know, a lot of times you can look at a stock like a Pixie and think, okay, you know, it'll trade on its own, doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing, and it might. But boy, oh boy, you're going against the market sentiment right now. All right. Well, this ARVL is given. I mean, on a percentage basis, this has been great so far. Oh, wow. I've taken some off of the ARVL at 47, 347, just underneath that 50 mark. Holy smokes. Now look at this IMTE. I mean, you got to have some nerves on this, but look at this IMTE. I mean, it got all the way down to what, 1130, and now it took a huge pop up right over 12. And now it's starting to move, guys. IMTE. As I said in the pre-market, I mean, this has been sort of trading in isolation mode. I mean, when you look at the rest of the market, what it was doing over these days, and this is what this one was doing. I hear you. I was looking at getting it, but this really freaked me out. But I mean, it got all the way down to 1129. But you know, that's the float. That's the float in action. 5.8 million in the float. That's what can happen. But listen, as quickly as that went up, we all know what can happen. Boy, is this really the death knell for GME? I mean, really? Wow, this is really, now we're accelerating a downward move, guys. If you won't short, you better just sit in your hands. I'm not saying there's not, you know, one or two that are maybe moving against the market, but right now, the market's scared. Oh man, I'm gonna have to turn off my sound alert. I mean, this is. Zach, do you have WoW on your breaking down in volume? Are you hearing this? Or do you have WoW? It's unbelievable. So I did this, you know, I said the do not repeat version so I can see the first time we had the alert and kind of go back and see what's happening. But February 23rd. Well, guys, I'm just going to relish in my ARVL short, okay? I mean, there's so many to pick from, but this has been great for me in terms of a percentage move. You know, I did cover some at 347, but oh, it's how I feel, Jay. I mean, that's the, you know, I was looking at it underneath 350 and thought, okay, I mean, I'm in at 378, okay, it gets down to 347. I mean, that's a big percentage move. So I just didn't want to pop above 350 again. So I took some. I don't think of it in terms, well, if it does this, I'm taking a third out or a certain dollar amount. It's more of a feel for me. So there's no hard rule, that at this point I take out a third, and another point I take out a third. It's, I'm gauging what the market's doing. I mean, yeah, I had my pick from probably any one of these would have worked. The issue was for me, I don't like taking them that early. I don't like taking them in the first 5 minutes. Okay, the first 5 minutes. So look what happened here, yes. And then this one happened at 9:44. And so when I looked at it, and I said, okay, interesting. Quick look to see if there were shorts available. And of course there were. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so that wasn't an issue. More importantly to me, lifetime low. So, that's what kind of got me interested in this one. Now, interestingly, when the wows start, when I don't hear anymore, maybe the market's going to go higher. maybe the market is going to put in at least a base for a bit. And just as I said that, we have a new entry to the wow list, PSEC. Thing is, it looks like there's pretty decent support not that far away for PSEC, so not as interested in that one. I mean, look at the, oh man, look at the IMTE. You've got to have a lot of nerves on this one. I did not take it. Up to 1228, coming right back down. It's that float, guys. 5.8 million in the float. The lift. Where are you, from the UK? No, man, oh man. Here's Corsair, another one. I didn't take Corsair. It's another, not an all-time low. Probably one of the reasons I didn't take it, but they don't all have to be all-time lows in this scan, but oh man, Arvel. This could be the best one of the bunch in terms of a percentage move. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at them later on, but 379 to 330, 330 what? 332? DraftKings in here. Look how many. Already. Well, based of course what the market's doing, but look how many in this 10-day daily breakdown already. Well, picking up steam again, guys. The wow is picking up steam. Again, I'm sorry if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. So this is breaking down on volume. I've got in the properties actions. I'm using wow as my sound alert, and it's just wow, 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 wow over and over and over again. 10:16 already. I haven't even looked at Netflix NFLX. Now, for those of you who lived through the tech bubble collapse, in my opinion anyway, the difference is a little bit anyway. Netflix is not going away as a company. We all know that, okay? Was it maybe tremendously overvalued? Okay, the market is telling us yes. But as a company, there's no way Netflix is going under as a company. Maybe famous last words, but seriously. What happened in that tech boom is that so many companies which had absolutely no business of being around even, just because they opened a website, were flying high. That's my cocktail napkin analysis of the difference. That being said, of course, there were a lot of companies that were shooting higher for no reason and really didn't have a lot to them. But I mean, you can't say that about a Netflix. You can't say that about a lot of these companies. You're just getting absolutely hammered. Oh, look at Sophie. All-time low. Remember I said there were no more wows? It's just wowing, wowing, wowing. More new lows. There's LAZR, another new low, all-time low. So we've had an hour of straight down, guys, basically. An hour of straight down in the market, even when the market was already down a lot in the pre-market. Market opens and no buyers are coming in. It's that simple. No buyers are coming in. The bargain hunters maybe, briefly came in, but they certainly didn't stick around long. I mean, look at, I'm just, use DWAC as an example. They shot it up to 70. Even here, shot it up to 68. Just using that as an example because I know a lot of people follow that one, but they're just not sticking around. Well, it's 10:20. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And as always, start off with my homepage. All right, so I just put my homepage link in. So in the main trading room, my homepage tab is available here all day long. Okay, when you click on that, there's the link that I put into the room. I'll click on it. And here's what you're going to see. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. And there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off, Barry for Alpha. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Here are the 4 plans we have. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year on an annual basis, minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. Remember what I was talking about with the AMPL from the AI, guys? Hopefully you guys remember, those of you with premium, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. There are only 2 alerts, but I mentioned the AMPL. Keep an eye on it. Use it like a watch list, all right? You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228, less the 15%, first month only, okay? First month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always get 15% off the annual subscription if you, at any time if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual. Now, we have 3 free sections on my homepage. You can get the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And our big education link is here. Mainly geared, of course, to using Trade Ideas. We have a nice big user guide now. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would look at, the 20 introductory lessons. Daily support. We have a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as the main room. I take a break at around noon. And so one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it'll be Sean. I'll confirm that. So before I do take my break, in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And then as always, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley is there in our YouTube room. And the daily webinars. Today is Monday. So no, there's not one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, nice little video series. Michael Noss put this on from Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? And last, my scans. The scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them all right here. People ask all the time, what do I use in the pre-market? These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. So you can pick and choose which ones you want to take a look at. And as always, these 2 sections, because there's so much information, just save my link. You save my link, then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Okay, guys, during all that, I'm now completely out of the ARVL. That was the bounce I was wondering about, you know, at 347, which is why I took some off at 347. Did not get out at the low, of course. Got it right in this area here, just as it poked above 340. So I'm out of the AVRL now. And now we're starting to see some bottoming tails, okay? Some bottoming tails on a lot of the charts that I have thumbnailed and basically mirroring what the SPY is doing or trying to do, okay? So maybe we'll have a little bounce, maybe. What time is it right now? 26, so we have about 3.5 minutes for this to close. See if it can close green, that 15-minute SPY. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. And you notice, of course, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. But, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. So this is an example, this 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think we're going to get too many in the 10-day daily breakouts, but the 10-day daily breakdown. When you build a scan, this is what you start off with. You always start off with some filters, okay? So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. And minimum 500,000 shares, etc. Just trying to show you the concept though. You start off with filters and then you have some kind of a trigger, okay? Now, being mainly a momentum style trader, I'm always looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. Okay, so that's my trigger. It doesn't have to be your trigger, but that's my trigger. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. This is just the don't repeat version. So what that means is, for instance, the first alert I had for ARVL was at 9.45 and it was at 3 and the price was 3.79. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? And that's why I have the don't repeat side by side to this one will alert me over and over as a stock makes a new low. Okay? Now, you want to build your own scans? Of course you can. So I'm going to click on this alert window. I'm going to right click on configure. I'm going to click on search. These are all of the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll down. When we get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So again, please listen to me carefully. You don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters. You know, a lot of people, they look at that and go, well, this is way too complicated for me. I can't learn them all. Well, you don't have to. The reason we have so many, first of all, I should have mentioned this, there's no programming language to learn. So that's why we created a lot of alerts, different filters. For the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Of course, you don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters, but we have enough of them though that, again, you can take a look at them and say, that's one that I'm wondering if they had. You can also do something like this. If you right-click, configure, and then search, you can always see what we do have. You know, a lot of people say, well, okay, what do you have for RSI, as an example? So if I type in RSI, this is what I'm going to see. If you were looking for like a 4-minute RSI for whatever reason, or a 17-minute RSI, we don't have it. This is what we have. You know, you have to use what we have. There's no way to construct something if we don't have it. But we feel we've created enough variation with the alerts and filters that for the most part, most of our customers can create the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Now again, if you don't have to build your own scans, you can take a look at mine. Also, from our toolbar, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, these are layouts. These are themed-based channels, okay? So if I click on the Momentum channel, I doubt we're going to find too many, but let's just take a look. So there's ARDS as an example. This is one that, for whatever reason, it's doing its thing. Okay, it's doing its thing. Hasn't really cared what the market is doing. So if you like this scan, all you have to do is just save it to the cloud. Okay, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. You save it to the cloud. The concept I'm trying to explain here is that you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like as part of your own layout. So you take a look at this. Now you can always modify, just like my scans, you can always modify them. What do I mean by that? You know, if you don't like the price range, you can change it. You don't like the minimum volume, you can change it. You know, you can obviously tweak the values. And when you get used to using trade ideas, if you want, look at this ARDS. Look at this. I mean, ARDS. It's pretty cool. You can start adding some filters that you might like, or taking out filters in the scans. Or you can just leave them the way they are and do nothing. It's up to you. I'll go to another layout. Stock surging. ARDS could be at the top here. No, it's not. But, you know, here's gain moving for whatever reason. This is the stock surging channel. This is sorted on the change in 2 minutes. Okay. So a stock could be still down for the day, but for whatever reason, it's moving a lot in the last 2 minutes. Okay, so that's why it's sorted on. So even though these stocks are still, majority of them are still down for the day, you can see the change from the close, all negative. But for whatever reason, in the last 2 minutes, there's a bit of a move. So again, the concept is this: you can go through the different channels, start extracting scans that you might like, and then you can load them and incorporate them as part of your layout. All right, now let's take a look at the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Okay, that's all I would do. Never mind anything else. Make it really easy, uncomplicated. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, remember I was talking about the AMPL earlier. And I said, okay, yes, it did pop up here. But I said, you know what? Keep an eye. There was the original alert at $33.99. Okay, I said. Because look at it. I mean, there's no support for it. It's an all-time low. I don't know where it's going from here, but it was a good idea to just keep an eye on it. It almost hit the stop-out price, but it didn't. It came right back down. So, you know, in my opinion, to use the AI effectively, you use it like a watch list and just keep following this, you know, these alerts all day long. Nothing for you to do in terms of setting it up. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can, you know, I never take a trade unless I take a look at the chart. Okay? But that's how I would use the AI. Just I use it like an all-day watch list. All right. Well, we had a little bit of a bounce. I mean, that's a green candle, yes. Narrow body on it. Next candle is green. Let's see if we can get a wide body here. Okay, to give us a little more, maybe more of a comfort level that maybe, just maybe, the market will put in a, you know, an hour bounce. And lastly, let me just go over Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus. So this is this window that you see here, this blue window. So I put in a link, the Brokerage Plus link. Excuse me. 2 videos are there. Short video shows you if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade within Trade Ideas. Okay? Seat just showing up. Seat, what are you doing? All-time low. All-time low. Ah, I wanted to get it just... Well, let me keep going here. So if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's an option, it's a feature. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry, you can still use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that, you know, if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account and you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. But even if it's not mandatory to use it, of course. But I hope that is very clear. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. And again, that video, the short video shows you can see right there, it says Brokerage Plus. Hopefully you can see right there. And then underneath there are 2 options, live and simulation. And it's the live, shows you, watch that the short video. And of course, then you would connect live to your E-Trade or IB account if you want. The other big reason for Brokerage Plus is to use as a paper trader simulator, okay? So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, I plead with you, practice trading first, okay? Our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, I mean, if you're still wondering about what broker you want to eventually use, but you want to practice trading, great. You know, our standard service, and you can practice trading using our simulator. Real simple to do. Symbol shows up. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I've gone back a couple, and I like this look better, guys. Yeah, the development version, the latest development version has a few little bugs in it. So I went back a couple of versions, and I see now I've gone back to where it says the big buy and sell. I'll be honest, I like this better, but I know the company is going in a little different route. But anyway. So how to use it? So let's take a look at Peloton as an example, okay? Okay, guys, maybe a little market bounce. I mean, I'm looking at a green candle here in the SPY. Can you take profits even with this market? I don't quite understand the question, Alejandra. I don't understand the question. I mean, you can take profit. You know, if you went short, I covered. You know, I went short on the ARVL and I made profit. You know, I covered my short. I don't quite understand the question. If you're asking me, if the question is more, can you go long and make profits in this market? Well, you know, obviously not as easy. So let's just take a look at, let's take a look at something. I just want to show you how you can use the simulator. So I am seeing a few bounces in some of my thumbnail charts. A few, not many, but a few. But you know, I'd be really cautious. I mean, I'm looking at this SPY right here, maybe a bit of a topping tail forming, so I'd be very cautious. Nice short, you guys, on the Peloton. A lot of you guys, I know, we're shorting up in the maybe from the 28 to 29 level. Nice short for Peloton for you guys, PTON. Another all-time low open. Boy, the ARVL is right back down. I'm not in it anymore, but it's right back down. It's okay. I think I did pretty well on it on a percentage basis, so that's okay. Here's seat. Come on, fill me. Yeah, didn't get the fill I wanted for seed. I got a little bit stubborn on it. All right, let's take a look at this one. I mean, this showed up in the option scanner, okay? Hall of Fame, so it's an NFT play. Let's just say I wanted to take this one. And I'm going to take 500 shares. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? I'm going to buy it right at the market. Oh, I like this so much. I think this is, anyway. Buy it right at the market. I got in at 126. So I'm going to put a stop in. Remember, this is in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop in at 106. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. If you're new to trading, you know, you're going to see a red line should appear on the chart anytime now. There we go, down here, 106. You see that red line? And it says minus 100. So why does it say minus 100? Okay, first of all, when you get into trading, you should have some kind of a checklist, all right, that says, and every box should be checked. In other words, if you can't check every box, don't take the trade. You should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. My opinion, okay, when I say you should, I mean, trade how you want, but that's how I trade. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, one of the things is that most of my scan, well, not most of my scans, all my scans are always going to have a bunch of those boxes ticked already. So what do I mean by that? You know, I'm never going to be in a trade if it's not the right price range for me, or the volume is too low, or the relative volume is too low, because my filters are always going to cover that in the first place. So most of my boxes are already checked. So, you know, my next step is, of course, I click on the alert, check to see what's happening, what pattern is it, how much room does it have when I look left or right on a weekly chart, daily chart, monthly chart. And that kind of makes up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. Okay, I can't tell you what boxes you're going to use. You have to. That's why you've got to practice trading, get comfortable with a style of trading. So once you've done that, so you take a trade. You've been able to check all the boxes. So again, in the simulator, I took this HOFV, right? I took it at 126. I put a stop at 106. Why? Well, again, what is a stop? Why do I have a stop? Well, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. You know, even if you can check all the boxes, and even if you check and, oh man, this company had great news or great earnings or great whatever, you know what? Some trade, even if it's the greatest thing you've ever seen, it still may not work. So you better have a price, in my opinion anyway, the way I trade, getting out of the trade if it's not working. And that's where you're going to be placing your stop. Now, how you place your stop, that's where your practice comes in. You know, typically what I do is I kind of size up a chart, probably no less than a 5-minute, could be a 15-minute chart, where I think there's a lot of support. You know, I look at the price action at a certain price, where looks like there's a lot of support, and if it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, that's how I do it. Others may take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. How you do it, how you get comfortable with placing your stops, that's where the practice comes in. There's no right or wrong way. So you've placed your stop. The next step is, well, how many shares do I take? Well, the way I trade and my recommendation, for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Look at the SPY guys, look at that red bar. You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. You know, just for demonstration purposes. So why did I take 500 shares? Well, math. I got in at 126. Remember, when I take a trade, I always know where my stop is going to be. So I put the stop at 106 to make the math super simple. 126, 106, the difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I can take 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out is equal to a $100 loss. Okay? And I always risk about the same amount of dollars. I'm not risking, 1,000 one trade, 200 the next trade, 2,000 the next trade, 50 the next trade. I'm always risking about the same amount. The next step, obeying your stop. It'll be really hard. You can practice in the simulator for as many months as it's going to take you. And everybody, well, months? Why would it take me months? Well, here's the deal, guys. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay? Just forget about it. You can't make money in a simulator when there's no emotion involved, then forget about it. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money once you start trading with real money, because then emotion comes in. So for instance, you get into that trade and you think it's fantastic, like everything, I've been able to check every box and great earnings, great news, etc., and it's not working. Now you start second guessing where you put your stop. I put my stop here at 106 again, just to show you. It gets down to 106 and you say, you know what? That can't be right. This is going to work. So you disobey your stop. And so now it goes down to 90 cents, 80 cents, 70 cents. That $100 manageable loss starts turning into a lot more. $300, $400, $500, $1,000 before you finally give up and sell. Okay, so the emotion of trying to obey your stop is tough. It really is tough. You let your ego get involved and you get stubborn. And then almost as worse is when you disobey your stop and you're down to $300 and then it does turn around and now all of a sudden you're up to $300 and you think to yourself, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Will that happen? Of course it will happen. Okay, of course you'll get things like that will happen. All I'm trying to say though is you want to stick around in this business. For me, the only way I was able to do it is by obeying my stop. I could get stopped out, okay? Commissions are so cheap now. I can get stopped out, and then if the setup happens again, I can always get back in. Okay? And that's it, guys. So meanwhile, we had 30 minutes of green candle, and now another red candle forming in the SPY. So there is that. Yeah, you really called that one, Zach. I mean, you never know when the apes are going to get involved, but I think they're done. There's GME. Next low looking left on the monthly is 38. I'm sorry. Yeah. The next low on the monthly is $38 now for GME. Oof, at ARVL. Again, I'm not in it anymore, but kind of following the market a little bit now. Well, Alejandra, if you have to be prepared to go short. I mean, with the volatility, yeah, there's volatility, but look, the short side is the is the winning trade, right? If you're not prepared to go short, yeah, you're going to have a really tough time in this market. I'm not saying you're going to get the odd little bounce, yes, but you're just bucking the market trend. shoot, I wanted to short this seat at 871, and they just wouldn't fill me. I got a little stubborn. Now, there's a lot of shorts available. That wasn't the issue, and it's not down 10%, so that was not the issue. They just wouldn't fill me, though. Well, it might have been down 10% on Friday, so the uptick rule may still be in effect, but that wasn't the issue. I got a little stubborn on it. You went long TKLF, okay, and it just got halted again on the way down. Well, good luck, William. Now, this was this crazy IPO from 4 days ago. TKLF. Very, very few shares were issued. So I don't think there's no news. I mean, there's no rational explanation of why the stock went up to 43. Okay, it's just that there were so few shares issued, a low price. Traders just hopped on it. That's all. But there's no news. Why is it going down today? Well, it should be going down. But I hope for William's sake it goes up so we can get out. Are they still, is Macy's still doing pretty well? I haven't checked Macy's for a bit. Yeah, I mean, all because of Kohl's, right? KSS. So yeah, as Zach is pointing out, these are definitely the retailers are going against the trend of the market today. Potential buyout, and they acknowledge the fact that they've got some suitors, more than one. KSS, at least that's what it said. So that is putting a little bit of a spike into companies like Macy's and Nordstrom's, JWN. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Let's see if there's a radical change. I don't think there'll be a radical change, but let's just take a look at the sectors. We looked at the sectors about 10 minutes before the market opened, and let's see if there's any sort of a change. And the answer is no. I mean, every single energy stock is down for the day. Technology, I think when we looked at it, might have been like 5% or up. Now it's 11%, so that's not a big change. Communications, a little bit of a pump, a little bit of a spike in the communication stocks. Look at TMUS. Is T-Mobile? Yeah, T-Mobile. So look at TMUS. And consumer staples, almost 50-50. And it's interesting to me that utilities aren't doing better. A lot of times what you'll see when the market is just getting really, really nervous, there is a flight to the utilities, because they usually dividend stocks. Maybe they're chopping all their dividends. I don't know. But there's there's certainly not a flight to the utilities today. Yeah, so well, I guess all the retailers, A&F, I mean, I guess most of the retailers are just, getting, not that I would take any of them right now, but at least they are having a bit of a day just because of KSS. Any more news on that one? This move for KSS, just reading here, would be the biggest percent increase on record, based on data going back to 1992. Biggest one-day percent increase. Unilever's still doing pretty well, guys. UL, it's still doing pretty well with the news that activists, I guess, hedge fund getting involved. Trian, don't know them at all. TRIN. But this is the news. This was the news before the. This is the early news. Okay. I say I don't know Trian at all. Nelson Peltz, is that who it is? I think I know his name, but did not know the company. All right, guys. Well, just the one trade for me today, the ARVL short. Not in it anymore, but okay. If you went long on that little bounce here, guys, in the SPY, look at that red candle. So my guess is that a lot of things are following the SPY. Okay, William, so, this is at least going to be a 10-minute halt now for TKLF. Now, the interesting thing, I mean, this doesn't absolutely mean that this is what's going to happen, but you can see there's the halt, and we're getting some, action 15.30, 15.30, and down here 14, so it may pop for you if this can hold. As you know, this may not hold, but if that can hold, you might be in a good position. And there's Corsair. There was the original alert. 1916, 1858 now on the short. All right, we have a halt for DMAC. DMAC just got halted on the way up. Okay, just got halted on the way up. Big pop for it. See if there's any news on that. Can't see any news, but next high looking left is 304 and then 302. So, if it can get through that, and man, oh man, this could be a fun one, guys. If you were lucky enough to get into this one before the halt, I mean, this is the projected open. I mean, this can change, of course. But 420, 420. I mean, this can change. This is not written in stone. You see how it's changing right now. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it got halted at, see, 11:01 plus 21 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 11:06 plus 21 seconds. If you're along this, you're just hoping that this anything close to that holds. Look at Corsair, yes. All right, William, I think you got lucky on the TKLF or TKLF. I'm sure you got out of it. Yeah, Apple earnings should be interesting. When do they have it? 27th. So that's on the 27th, after hours. Okay, you guys have been talking about BSFC. That was not big in the pre-market. Actually, I'm wrong. A little pop. That's where I saw it, and nothing happened. A little bit of a move. 681 was the high on Friday, so it's got room obviously, and 9 million in the float. So I guess you know what, the longer it kind of holds this for, gets some volume like this, keeps moving it. Anything's possible, I guess. Nice short then for you, Dak. All right, guys, sorry, I'm a little internal discussion we're having. All right, yeah, DMAC opened up, right? DMAC, did it open up? DMAC opened up, and what did it open at? So briefly, so the halt was at what? 291. So you know what? It really didn't. Remember when we're looking at it, that's why I'm saying, you know, sometimes you look at where it could open when you look at that time in sales. It was up at 4, but didn't even come close to it. Okay, guys, if you, let's see, 42.83. So if you're daring enough to take the AI alert for RCII, your next high looking left is 42.83. So, there was the alert at 41.97 to actually go long. So it's one of the few stocks that are probably up for the day. Here's Hertz, HTZ. Another new low here. I mean, this bottoming tails on the monthly chart, 1970. Wow. I mean, it's, again, this became HTZ again. Remember, it was pink sheeted and then it regained its status. Well, I didn't do any IPO work over the weekend. I was too wrapped up in other stuff. Probably know what that was, but I'm wondering if in fact, let me just take a look at the IPO calendar and see if they've been postponed, delayed. I know I would be. The big one from last week was delayed. So let's take a look at this, guy. So the week of. So there's still no definite date. I mean, this in another market, this could be incredible. Okay, with the JUNS 3.3 million, 5 to 7. You know what? Yeah, just in case they decide to do it, I've got to put this in here. So this is what I'm doing with my IPOs, guys. This is how I do it. I'm going to right click, create a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert of $1. And then the notes section, I'm just going to say 3.3 million, 5 to 7, so that lets me know how many shares. And then I'm just going to put Roth in here so I know kind of who's behind it. Whoops. Meanwhile, Hertz, HTZ on the way down, saving it. So when this starts to trade, if it trades this week or some other time, I'll show you what I'm talking about after I just finish these. My price alerts window will pop up on my screen. So here's another one, mod. Oh, this is already trading? Huh? Okay, no, this'll, okay, I see what's happened. So this is going to take over this symbol, I guess. How am I going to do this? It's a pink sheet now. Okay, let's hope I can do this. Create a price alert of 1. 2.4 million at 12.49. And Oppenheimer behind it. I don't know if this is going to... No, okay. So when it starts trading again. And then FGI is another one. Look, oh man. So much is happening. So FGI, another cheap one. Right, a price alert. 2.5 million. Between 6 to 8. I don't know benchmark, but I'll just put benchmark. I don't know them. Now, this is a bigger one. Let's see if this actually opens. Oops, Credo or CRDO. The price alert at $1, and that's going to be 225 million between 10 to 12. Now we've got Goldman Sachs, so it's, it's a bigger one. Bank of America and Cowen. Okay, so that's who's behind that one. And then last is SMSA. So these are the planned IPOs this week. Whether they actually launch this week, they may postpone them just because of the market. I don't know. Oops. And this is another cheap one. And then Think Equity. Yeah, they've been behind some of these really crazy ones. Okay, so why am I doing all this? So what'll happen is when they start to trade, if I look at my so here's my price alerts window, right? And if I scroll down to the bottom, you see here they all are. So this is really the only time I put a note in, because I think this is a great way to track IPOs. We get the question a lot, do you have a filter for IPOs? We don't have one, but personally, I think this is a way better way to do it. Why? When this starts to trade, do a little bit of work on the weekends. I should have done it on the weekend. Do a little bit of work on the weekend. Do what I did. And then when it starts to trade, instead of kind of figuring out, wow, I wonder how many shares were issued. I wonder what the suggested IPO price was, who's behind it. You'll have all this in the notes section. So for instance, if this one starts to trade at 10 or 12, oh, right, it was, the suggested IPO price was going to be between 5 and 7. So, there's some enthusiasm. That's what happened with the TKLF. Okay, this was another one of those super, super cheap IPOs with very few shares issued, and look what it did the first day. Now, I'm not saying these other ones are going to do the same thing, but that's why, the craziness can happen. Yeah, nobody's buying this market. Nobody's holding, a bounce play. I shouldn't say nobody, but you know what I mean. We had a little bounce here, but look at this, the next two candles, wiping that out. Oh, look at IMTE. Oh my goodness. Now, maybe this is the day, that finally you get a lot of profit taking. Yeah, when you see bellwether stocks like Apple, just getting the stuffing knocked out of it. There's fear. I hope nobody got nailed in this IMTE because this is a big, big drop now. And this just got halted. Did it get halted? Yeah, this was halted at 11:16. So, but a minute ago, well, not quite a minute ago, this got halted on the way down. I don't see any news on it yet regarding a secondary. I mean, I basically said it withstood all the market drop all these days. It may be just that, okay, enough is enough, and super profit taking place. I don't know. Remember, I mean, this was a $4.25 on the 6th of January. So market was not doing this, from the 6th to Friday. Yeah, I've seen some Dave posts. Dave posts, Dave. Yeah, it did not get halted though, did it? On the way up here. So yeah, I mean, this is obviously one that's going against the super trend here. It was an all-time high up here. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just again following internal discussions that we're having amongst the other traders. Remember when silver was? Remember the day that silver and the precious metals did this? Look at it now. All right, this IMTE came out of its halt, and what did it do? IMTE came out of the whoa. Wow. And just got halted again. I hope nobody got nailed in this one. Well, you're gonna have 5 minutes to mull it over, Poe. Okay. Wow, look at that float again. 5.8 million. That's why this sort of stuff can happen. I mean, this is not market related so much, and what the market's doing. I mean, this is devastating. It was almost there's a 25% drop just like that. All right, this is the day I finally take a short in this Labu, Labu. All right, well, this one's bucking the trend, guys. TRUE. TRUE, for whatever reason. I don't know if it's, I know Carvana was up, but TRUE, for some reason, is bucking the trend. There's the high on Friday, 342. I guess if it can take this out, I'll stick a price alert there just to see. Takes that out and maybe has a shot to get into this level. The interesting thing, you want to look at like counter trades right now. I'm sharing one of the ones I'm sharing, this compare count. The movers to the upside greater than 300,000 versus the movers to the downside greater than 300,000. Other filters in place, but you can see basically it's all red. Then all of a sudden you just get one that stands out. That's where I saw the true. I'm sharing this. It's called the compare count. No, DWAC is. It hasn't changed symbol. It's DWAC, DWAC, and it's being whacked. Well, let's see. What do we see here? Right now I see 891, 891. Okay, that's what I see from Interactive Brokers. The potential open. For William's sake, I hope it doesn't get any lower. For Zach's sake, we've got cross purposes here. Well, of course, is working very nicely, yeah. Here's a firm also, guys, AFRM. AFRM. This has something to do with Peloton, right? PTON? or am I wrong? I don't want to. It had something to do with something. I'm right. Thank you. Okay. Down to 8 and a little bit of a bounce for IMTE. Wow, this is just. They finance Pelotons. Okay, thank you. I knew there was some tie-in. Thanks. Everybody was giving me that information. Now it's halted on the way up. Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm exhausted. This has been mentally draining. Well, FRM, I mean, that's the big psychological number for it to get through that 50. I guess the all-time low is down here, 46.50. The all-time low, it's getting closer, only 2.8% above. Come on, LABU. All right, what opened? TKLF. Ooh, I'm sorry, got halted on the way down. Oh, please tell me nobody was in this one and held at 30 or might bounce, it might bounce, oh, it might bounce, oh, it might bounce. Please tell me nobody in this room. My guess, like last week, there was supposed to be a big IPO with all the big names and it was postponed. Let's take a look at which one that was. My guess is that unless something turns around, we're going to have a lot of postponed IPOs. Which one was that? It was this one, FSPR. So FSPR was supposed to open, I don't know, Thursday or Friday, 18 million between 13 and 15. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Wells Fargo, some big names behind it, postponed. Meanwhile, Snap. So my guess is that these well maybe the little guys will attempt to get open, but I think anybody with any big banker behind them, I think is just going to postpone them. Boy, here's another one, guys. Another all-time low. I remember this one from last week. Yeah, OSH. Let's see, MTE got halted what, 11:28, so 11:33 could open at 11:33, so getting close, plus 6 seconds. So I'll keep it on here. Right now, projection, that 9, like, it's hard to tell because halted at 9:65, doubt very much it's going to open here, but let's see. That HKIB, I don't, yeah, I remember a couple of days, maybe a month ago, it was halted many, many times during the day for a couple of days or 2 or 3 days in a row. All right, shell is open. Open, yes, it's just opened and down. See, that 966 did not hold it. Not yet anyway. Okay, guys, this is Time and Sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. That blue, every now and then I show this. And your broker will have something similar. So, come on, Labu. How many times I saw this from Zach Scan and didn't do anything about it a few weeks ago. Okay. Let's see, 11:34. I do want to confirm that is Sean in our YouTube room taking over at noon. Yeah, just a confirmation. It is Sean. So those of you who like to trade options, Sean is an option trader actually. Okay, so Sean at Trade Ideas, he's an option trader. So you want to head over to our YouTube room if you're interested in options and option type questions. We don't scan for options. We do have some option filters. Oops, if I search and type options in here. So we have the put call ratio. Option volume today is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then we have the option volume today, put and call volume today. And then this is kind of the interesting metric, option volume today percent. So in my option scanner, as an example, I'm only, I have some other filters involved. I'm only interested in seeing stocks that are having trading based on their average over the last 10 days. Has to be at least 3 times that. Okay, so that's the metric that's the filter that I'm using. This kind of just shows me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And from there, I'm not trading the options. And I wish I'd seen, it's terrible. I should have been all over this one. The OSH. This is I've got this one. Most people might have this one from my scanning. You just have to flip this, and you'll get the ones moving down with unusual option activity. And there's OSH at 1591. I completely missed it. I saw it in another scan, but I missed it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Maybe I haven't missed it. I thought it was down a lot more than 1591. Whoa, boy, look at AUPH, another one that is just getting hit after the merger rumors anyway. That's what drove this one up here. And meanwhile, oh man, Labu, DraftKings, SPY moving down. Yep. So I know I sort of sound like I'm nagging all the time, but if you won't short in the market, then you know there's nothing for you to do. You might try to find the odd little one that's moving higher, or try to play a modest bounce. But if you won't short in the market, if your broker doesn't let you, or whatever reason, there's nothing you're going to have to just sit on your hands. Well, Wasim, I mean, typically, I'm just look. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are really in play and looking at the option volume. Okay, as opposed to. So the question was how to use the option information for a stock buy sell while not trading options. Well, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at a stock. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are really, really having an abnormal day, and zeroing in on the fact that they're having an abnormal option day just gives me the opportunity to trade the stock. That's all, not the options. Now, there's some in our trading room who trade options who think that or some have said that our option filters actually can help them trade the options themselves. But it's just another way of looking at stocks that are really in play. That's all. CAH. Well, I guess you got to hope that this holds. The low of 48.42 right here. That 2 weeks ago. Looks like there's some action around there. Maybe that'll hold it. You're trying to. I'm sorry. A short that you've been bag holding. So what did you get into short way down here? And then it popped up on you. Is that what you mean? So what I see anyway. I mean, if I were, I'm just looking at a weekly chart. There's a couple of 48.02, a couple of lows there, 48.13 or so. That may hold it up, but in this market, who knows? And guys, there it is. There's DraftKings, DKNG, all-time low. All-time low now for DraftKings. Now, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So, I'm in this Labu short, and, as long as the market keeps doing this, look at Palantir, PLTR, another one of the memers for a while anyway. So Palantir, 983 is the next low looking left on the monthly. Underneath that whole number. Look at this, guys. I mean, remember now, market was already down big for 2 days in a row. Look at the Dow today, 800. Nas 500. SPY 132. This is just sort of indiscriminate selling now. Yeah, no buying the dips today, guys. I mean, you might get lucky on the odd one, but no buying the dips today. There's no resolve with any of the buyers. The dip buyers, none, zip. This just has a different feel to it than the pandemic move down. For me, anyway. But lest we forget, I mean, this is the market had just a tremendous bounce off the bottom in March of March. It was April, and then look at this. So we'll see. Has a SPY ever been halted down? Yeah, rarely. I think, has it ever? Yes. I can't remember. I can't remember actually if it got halted during the pandemic. I can't remember. Yeah, it makes sense that it would have. Well, I think, okay, for me anyway, looking at the SPY during the pandemic, you could point to it and say, okay, there is a really, really specific reason why the market was, got hammered. Okay, you could point to it. It made a lot of sense. Right now, I mean, we can say, well, there is a specific reason. Too many tech stocks, especially, were just horribly overvalued. Okay, so you can say that, but that's to me that's a little bit different from the pandemic, where there was obviously a worldwide reason for maybe markets tanking. This is a little bit different. This reminds me more of 1998, 2000, the tech bubble bursting. That's why. For me, I mean, I don't try to overanalyze the market. But now you see what's happening is it's indiscriminate. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, you're probably going to get a sell. It doesn't mean that your company is doing horribly or anything like that, but people are scared. And it's a real snowball effect. I mean, once it starts, it's really hard. I mean, it's like anything else. The dip buyers. I always sort of joke around and say, okay, you first. You be the first. Yeah, AMC is under 15 now. Well, I know you're not. I know you're not, so I don't know what you're doing. I know you won't short anything other than, well, hopefully you shorted Hood and just held it. Oh man, accelerating, accelerating. This is this new low after a new low after a new low after a new low. To the moon of the dip scan. Yeah, right. All right, guys. My headset is just about to die in me, so I'll just have to change. And we are back. It's funny. This HOFV has not really has not really moved. I mean, I was just showing you guys how you can take a trade in the simulator. Well, we probably have a 1,000 pointer at some point today. 952 now on the Dow. Yeah, right. I've got buy, 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 and you're a bounce scan, Zach. Oh yeah, no, I 100% John. I mean, inflation has been there for so long now, months and months and months talking about inflation, and of course now, yes, with Russia, Ukraine. But the tipping point, last week. But look at that short, guys. Well, what do you mean, even the AI? AI doesn't know what the market's doing. I am surprised there are as many um, long alerts. But look at that AMPL, guys. I've been mentioning this one. Not in it. I just want pointing out it's a little outside the price range I like. But there's the AMPL. I said to keep an eye on it. There was the alert. It popped up over the alert price. It came back down. It popped up to the alert price. Now it's starting to move. It's an all-time low. I mean, why is this going to move higher? I don't understand your question, Ija. The strategy is long and the alert is a new low. I don't understand the question. Strategy is long and the alert is a new low. Like a dip? I don't understand your question. And first of all, you know my whole feeling about auto trading anyway. Oh, I see. You mean in B plus? Oh, you mean your strategy? Yeah, you got me in that one, Nigel. I don't know. I mean, you're talking about more the market mechanics. So I mean, your strategy is to buy in the low of the day, below the specialist. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Sorry. Maybe Sean will know. I doubt it though, but he might know. Or ask that question. Go to Michael Noss might know. If you just go to our homepage. I don't have the answer to that. Sorry. So here's our homepage link. You can start a. Are you talking about in the simulator? Because I have a feeling that is a bug in the simulator. But you can verify that by going to the homepage and asking. Okay, I think that is a known issue. Okay, but to verify it, if you go to the homepage, just ask the question. I think somebody will probably leap in and say yes. Oh, okay. The wows have settled down. No more new lows for the time being. All right, guys, I am just getting set to take my break. What time is it now? 55. So yeah, Sean will be in the room in about 4 minutes or so. Okay, sorry guys, I'm deep in thought. Just trying to see what is happening with the OSH. All right, I am sticking an alert down here just underneath 16. I want to see if it takes it out again on a big market downturn, OSH. Well, we're actually getting yeah, first one in the 10-day daily breakout. ARDS. I think that was the one we saw. Remember when I was looking at the momentum channel in our channel bar? I think this one was the only that was firing. ARDS. I think it was. So a lot of these, a lot of stocks are kind of tracking the market. I look at AMC. I mean, it's got the same bottoming tail as the SPY did, as an example. Oh, I see what you mean, Dak. Yeah, so there are no more shares available no more shares available at Interactive Brokers for IMTE. Well, here's an earnings play. NWBI, little bank, regional bank. It's actually at the high of the day. Yeah, well, IMTE, I don't think hit any one of my scanners other than, of course, the Halt scanner. But I had it thumbnailed. I was, I knew. The reason being, yeah, believe it or not, yeah, it wouldn't hit the down here because, well, first of all, it's on a 10-day low. Relative volume, even though it's a lot of volume, it's still less than 7 or 8. Man, it's the quiet is deafening now for that scan. And we have another halt, and this is a news halt, guys. PSTG just got halted. News for news. Mr. Sean, condolences. I'll let you go, or I'll stop my streaming. Have a fun hour. I'll stop my streaming. Have a fun hour.
Well, thank you, Barry. Thanks for the handoff. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Boy, markets are getting salty, aren't they? Wow. What a sell-off we've seen in the S&P 500. Let me, you guys aren't here to see my face. Let me shrink my screen a little here so we can focus on the software. Look at this S&P chart here, upper right side of my corner for the last 3 days, starting on Thursday. This melts has just been something else. Something else. The bulls are in trouble. More trouble than they've been in a while, that's for sure. More importantly, let's bring up the IWM chart. I mean, this is really where the sickness is showing. This, let's see if I could stretch this chart out just a little bit. There we go. So here's the IWM chart going back for almost a full year. We were in a nice big range there for the entire year, kind of at the top end around 230, at the bottom end around 210. We were stuck in that range, and in November we had a fake out breakout, a classic fake out breakout. This breakout here, I will admit, I thought this was the big one. I thought the markets were off to the races following this move, but me, like many others, had the rug pulled from us. Big fake out breakout, and now it means business on the other side. Wow. So what to do? What to do when markets are in turmoil, as they say? Well, you want to look for relative strength. When all else fails, pay attention to relative strength. Relative strength isn't necessarily going to make you a winner today or tomorrow, but if you're setting up, if you're looking for good investment ideas, if you're looking for good swing trade ideas, if you're looking to play the bounce, relative strength is your best friend. Now, for the next little while here, I'm going to cover TI strength and relative strength tools that we have here in Trade Ideas. But this is an open Q&A, guys. So for the next hour, I'm here till the top of the next hour. I'm here to answer your questions about the software. Anything you've got, fire it at me. My standard disclaimer is always, I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything, but I'll do my best to figure it out with you. And if I can't, I'll definitely point you in the right direction to get those questions answered. All right, so let's talk relative strength. I'm going to go to the Strength Alerts channel here on Trade Ideas. This is the first place we'll start. I got a couple things I'm going to show you today when it comes to relative strength, but we'll start on the Strength Ideas or Strength Alerts channel. Now, for those of you who might be seeing this for the first time, I'll give you the quick elevator pitch. If you're a software subscriber to Trade Ideas, you have free access to the Strength Alerts channel and to the Strength Alerts themselves. In this little top list that you see right here, you will see the 5 names that make up the TI Weekly Strength Alerts newsletter. So people have the option, if they're not subscribing to Trade Ideas software, they can subscribe to a standalone email subscription that you get over the weekend. It sends you these 5 ideas. The email looks something like this here. Okay, so you'll be able to scroll through here and get little nuts and bolts of each trading idea. They're all in there. But I'm going to close this down. But these are the 5 names. And so what these are 5 names that surface every weekend on our TI Strength Alerts algorithm of stocks that are displaying characteristics of great past swing trade winners. Okay, this is not a guarantee that these names will win. Absolutely not. No one can guarantee that. We certainly can't. But these stocks have many of the common characteristics of winning swing trades that we've experienced in the past. Okay, that's it. And if you blindly bought all 5 of these names every Monday and rotated into the next 5 names on the following Monday, well, over the past 5 years, your performance would have looked something like this. This graph you see here is about 4 years of trading data. The orange line is the relative strength index, according to the backtest, which I'll explain to you in a second. The white line is the S&P. Now look, if you just bought the SPY and called it a vacation for 4 years, you would have done well. You would have made some money. You'd be up, 50, 60%, 70%. But if you had done the relative strength index the way we've done it, my goodness, you would have killed the S&P 500. So how did we get this? This is a question we get all the time because people want to know, okay, TI Strength Alerts, these are great swing trade ideas. How do I use it? Well, the first caveat I'm going to tell you is we don't tell you how to trade these names. Okay, we give you some suggestions, but ultimately it's up to you. It's up to you and your trading plan and how you manage risk and how you size positions. That's all up to each individual trader. All we are really telling you is that these 5 names satisfy winning characteristics of past winning swing trades. That's it. Okay. Now, how did we achieve the results that I showed you on that graph before? Well, we did it quite simply. And you might want to do it this way as well. You don't have to, but you might want to. Let's say you're starting from scratch. You got no money, or you got no positions on. You're all in cash. Let's say you got a small account. Let's say you got a $5,000 account. Okay, let's do small potatoes here. You got $5,000 in your IRA account, and you're looking to put it to work using TI Strength. Well, the way we did it with our back test is on Monday, that first Monday when we're starting from cash, we divided our money into 5 equal parts. So let's say we have $5,000. We divided it into $1,000. We invested $1,000 into each one of these 5 names. We bought however many shares $1,000 buys. Okay, so in Pepsi's a $172 stock. We'll own fewer shares of Pepsi than we will of, say, FE. We'll probably own 3 times as many shares of FE, maybe 4 times as many, right? But the main point is we invested an equal amount of money in all 5 names. We did that at the opening price on Monday morning. Now, what do we do for the rest of the week? Absolutely nothing. We sit on our hands and do nothing. Come hell or high water, the stocks could rip higher, the stocks could sell off. We did nothing. Am I saying that's the way you should do it? No, I'm not, but that's how we did it. And then the following Monday, when the new strength alerts come out, the 5 next names for the next week, all we simply did is win or lose at the opening price on Monday. We exited out of the previous 5 names, took whatever capital that was, whatever cash that was, hopefully it was a little bit more than we started with, divided it by 5, and repeated the process, investing equal amounts of money into the 5 next names. That's it, guys. 5 minutes of work once a week. That's what we did, and that's how we achieved those results that we saw. Now, hey, I'm not saying you do it. I personally like to trade with stop losses. You might like to trade with stop losses as well, or you might like to take profits along the way. That's fine. But that's how we did the TI Strength Alerts backtest. Now, when markets are selling off like they are now, guys, it might be, you might want to hold your fire, especially if you're if you're a long side swing trader like I am. I like to trade on the long side. That's just the way I like to trade when I'm swing trading. I think trading as a swing trader on the short side is tricky. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's tricky and it just doesn't vibe with the way I like to view the markets. I like to trade on the upside because you have theoretically the potential for theoretically unlimited gains when you're trading on the long side. So that's why I like to trade on the long side. And I think the moves just tend to be a little bit smoother going up than they do going down. So in markets like this, guys, I'm not saying you got to go out there and buy every dip. Maybe this is finally the dip that doesn't get bought. But if and when the dip does get bought, if and when a bottom is found, if we find some solid ground and the markets kind of stabilize, volatility comes in, the stocks that are showing high relative strength through that whole period, those are the stocks that you want to be paying very close attention to. Those are the stocks that are most likely to lead the market higher in the next leg higher. Okay? Whether that's a short-term reaction back to the upside, like a dead cat bounce, or whether it's the beginning of a new bull market. Either way, the stocks that are showing and displaying strong relative strength relative to their peers during this type of market environment that we've been in for the last 3 weeks, those are the stocks you want to trade or want to keep an eye on. And that's where these stocks and TI strength are coming from. All these stocks are displaying very strong relative strength relative to their peers. There's a number of other characteristics as well that go into the algorithm, but the most important one is relative strength. That's where you want to be. So the TI Strength Alerts newsletter and what you find here on the channel just shows you the 5 names. There's 5 names and they stay there all week. Okay, these are names that show up on the weekend scan, and you could just do it that way, and that's fine. Now, if you want something a little bit more active, if you want more ideas, if you are a Trade Ideas software subscriber, I've got good news for you. This TI Strength algorithm is actually working all the time in the background, surfacing up new ideas every single day. And you can find it in our new feature called the Market Explorer. So to find that, you go into your TI menu bar up here at the top. Okay, you guys see this? You go to New. This is where you launch any new window on Trade Ideas. And you scroll down until you find Market Explorer, TIQ. I'm not sure what TIQ stands for. TI Quant, maybe? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Market Explorer is the window you want. You launch this window, and then you get this pretty underwhelming, pretty boring window, right? We're going to work on the design of this and make this look a little bit more user-friendly. But right now, it just opens up this big, ugly blue box. What you need to do now is right-click in the window, choose Server Window, and these are some custom algorithms that Trade Ideas, the team here at Trade Ideas has built, primarily Michael Noss, my boy Mike. He's been building these strategies that are a combination of strategies that he's come up with, as well as some ideas we've gotten from our audience, from our customers. And so in here, you'll notice a number of active strategies, but TI Strength is the one I want you to pay attention to right now. I'm going to click TI Strength, and this is going to launch the TI Strength algorithm. And you will see, if you look at the start dates here, you'll notice there's different dates. Like we got 3 ideas today: Pepsi, CL, KISS. Now we had one idea come through on Friday, one come through on, or two come through on Thursday, and on and on. So it's been a tough market, so there haven't been a whole lot surfacing up in this algo. When things are a little bit more stabilized, you might see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 names show up in a day. But if you keep this window open, maybe put it off to the side, keep it open on your screen, you're going to see stocks with strong relative strength that are satisfying our TI strength algorithm that will pop up here. And these are the names that you're going to want to keep an eye on. I'm not saying you go in and buy them right now, okay? But when you've come up with a reason to be confident that the market has found some stabilization, some footing, maybe a bottom is in, maybe we have another V bottom, who knows? But when you feel like the water is warm and it's ready to jump back in, you are likely going to find some great ideas in this TI strength window here found in the Market Explorer. So just to reiterate, to find that in TI Pro in our software, just go to your TI menu bar up here at the top, click New, choose Market Explorer, which opens up this window, and then you need to right click in this window, and then your first option is Server Window, and this is where you'll find all of the strategies right there. So I'm going to pause real quick, catch up. I see some people wrote in. Let's see what's going on here. Deb, I'm only supposed to buy these if a specific price triggers that is specified in the email, right? No, Debbie, no. Those are just suggestions. Like I was mentioning before, we don't tell you how to trade these things. We just give you some ideas. Those triggers that are in the email, those are for people who like triggers, okay? When we first launched the email newsletter, we didn't have the triggers in there, and some of the feedback we got from our customers was they wanted triggers. Okay, fine. We give you some triggers. But those are just suggestions. You don't need to do them. You don't have to do them. Like I said, the back test that we did, we didn't rely on triggers at all. We just entered every position Monday at the open. That's it. And rotated out of the old ones. That's it. No more thought went into it. But Deb, you got to find the way that works for you. All right. There's nothing wrong with waiting on a trigger, especially in a market like this, right? Like maybe wait till the stock prints an intraday high or breaks out of a 5-day high or a 3-day high or whatever. You know, if you want to wait for that trigger, by all means, you do you. Okay, a perfect circle. Wouldn't TI strength alerts be the ones that fall next? Well, maybe. I mean, if the market's really going to sell off, then it's going to take everything down with it eventually, right? But when stocks are, when the market finds its footing, stocks that held up well during that time tend to be the leaders on the next ride up. Okay, Nomad says, I have the software. I don't see the TI strength window. Okay, in your channel bar here, go to your channel bar. You should have a Strength Alerts channel button right there. You might have to scroll down a little bit, but you should find it in your channel bar. If it's not there, then that tells me you're running an old version of our software and you need to upload or download the latest version. If you go to your TI menu bar and go to Help and click About, this will tell you what version you're on. I'm currently running version 5.5.45. If you're running any version less than that, that might be the reason why you're not seeing TI strength alerts, but it should be there for you in your channel bar. But if not, make sure you're running the latest version of the software and then you should be good to go. You're welcome, Deb. You're welcome. A perfect circle. Sean, do you have a trading group people can join? Well, I do have a Discord group. We primarily talk options trading. You're welcome to hang out if you'd like. Here, I'll get you the invite code. Here you go, perfect circle. Here's my Discord group. You're welcome to join. But it's but I talk options. So if that's not what you're looking for, then probably not what you want. You're always welcome, though. Okay. All right, so guys, if everyone has any more questions about the TI strength alerts, now's a good time to ask them while we're still on the topic. So jump on in, don't be shy. There's 79 of you here tuned in right now. And I promise if there's a question that's rolling around in your head, there's probably someone else who's going to benefit from that answer too. So don't be shy. Debbie says, sometimes my sound alert for a strategy trade fires and sometimes it doesn't. Is it a custom sound? Any idea why? Well, I don't know if it's a custom sound. It depends on what you've got set up, Debbie. But let's go. Let me bring up my main layout here and we'll jump into some of my alert windows. I got an alert window right here, all-time highs, right? If I set a sound here, I would right click. I would go to configure. No, I'm sorry. I would go to properties and then actions. And I would place a check in this box, play sound, and then I would go into setup sound. And I could choose just some generic system sounds that come with your computer. Or you can go into this file down here and find some more choices. I think you got some Mad Money sounds, whatever. But that's how you would set those sounds, Deb. And as long as you got them set, as long as you got this check in that box set up to display sound for that particular window, then you should be getting those alerts. Now you'll have to have that sound selected for each window you have open that you want alerts from. There's not just any generic sound that encompasses all windows. You'll have to set it for each individual alert window or each individual Holly AI window that you want to get the alert from. Hope that made sense. Deb, let me know if you need a little more clarification. Mitchell, you're asking, how do I save the strength alerts window into the strength channel? So you're talking about the Market Explorer window. When I go here, Market Explorer, and bring it up like this. Are you saying that you want to save this window into the TI Strength Alerts channel? There is a way to do that, but you'll have to create your own custom channel. Okay, so the way I would do it is let's move this aside for a sec. I'm going to bring up the Strength Alerts channel. Oh, look, I already have it open there. Okay, so see how I got the Strength Alerts channel here in my TI Strength, right? That showed up there because it was pinned. I don't want it to be pinned though. Pinned is a bad idea for Windows. So here's my TI Strength window or channel with this Market Explorer set up there. Now, what I'm going to have to do, Mitchell, is I'm going to have to save this as a custom layout. Okay? So the way I would do that is, once I got this looking the way I want it, I would go to my TI menu bar, I would hit File, I would hit Save or Share to Cloud, okay? And then click Entire Layout right here. And we'll give this TI Strength Alerts. You can call it whatever you want, but we'll just call it that, TI Strength Alerts. I'm going to hit Save, and now I've saved this layout into my cloud. That's step one, okay? Next, if I want to create that to be a channel, right, you can create your own custom channels here in your channel bar. Everyone has, from this My Cloud button down, everybody has the same channels. These are same for everybody. But above this horizontal line, these three channels I got up here, these are my custom channels that I can access on my own. These are channels I've created myself. You can have as many as 5 custom channels. So you can see I've got 3 here. I got room for another one. So if I want to add this as a custom channel now, what I need to do is I need to click this gearbox up here on the upper left, or gear button, click Edit Custom Channels, and you can see the 3 channels I have currently. I want to add a channel, so I'm going to click down here. I'm going to select the channel from my cloud. So I'm going to go down here and hit that button. And there's my TI Strength Alerts. The thing I most recently saved is right up there at the top. I'm going to highlight that and hit Select. Now you'll see the ugly code in there. That's the code for that layout. I could choose a little icon for it. Let's do a, I don't know, let's do Bruce Lee. Why not? Well, Bruce Lee. I could type in the name of it. TI Strength, and hit this right name, and then I'll see what it looks like. There it is, TI Strength. and it's looking the way I want it to look. Great. Now I'm going to hit OK, and then I'm going to hit apply. Bunch of steps here, guys, but they all make sense once you think about it. Hit apply, and now I've got this TI strength channel up here. So now check this out. If I go to the normal TI strength alerts channel, if I click this, it's going to open up that window as it always opens up. These channels always open up the same way every time for everybody. But if I wanted to open up with the way I like it, with the with the TI strength alerts Market Explorer window, then I would instead go to the TI strength button here in my custom channels, click that, and look at that. Now it opens up without the email, because I closed out the email, and it's got the Market Explorer window right there. All right. So Mitchell, that's how you would do that. And by the way, that was a good idea. I think everyone, if you guys like trading these things, that's a good idea. Create your own layout with this Market Explorer alert window up here. In fact, I'm going to keep that. Thank you, Mitchell. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to make that one of my custom channels. I'm going to leave that there. I like this. This is the way the Strength Alerts channel should be, at least for me. All right. David, how did last week's Strength Alerts pick do amid last week's cartage? David, they did exactly the way you think they would have. That's the short answer. I don't know the specifics. I mean, I got stopped out of a bunch of positions last week. I don't have many on right now. All of them were added from the TI Strength. Don't have any on right now. Don't have too many on right now. So they did what you thought they would. What's that guy, that one football coach from Arizona years ago, when they lost to the Bears in the playoff game? And he ranted in the post-game press conference, "They were who we thought they were." Well, TI Strength Alerts last week did what you thought they would when the whole market was selling off. Hey, Kurt says, is there a TI weakness alert scan? No, there isn't. Not a bad idea, though. Not a bad idea. In fact, Kurt, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to ping my boy Michael right now, who built this thing. And I'm going to let him know, hey, Michael, why not a TI weakness? I'm pinging him right now. That's not a bad idea. Question in Q&A. Why not a TI weakness? All right. So there you go, Kurt. I put that in there. We'll see what Michael says. Okay, Deb, going back to your question about the audible alerts, if you're not getting them for some reason, if they're sporadic, then that sounds like a bug. I'm not going to be able to troubleshoot that for you, Deb. You're going to have to send an email to our team and ask them. Maybe Bill or William could help you out with that. I'm not sure why that's not working for you. I mean, it's weird if it's working and then it's not working, then it's working again. That's weird. It would be less weird if it was working and then it stopped working completely. That tells me that maybe you accidentally hit a setting somewhere. Sometimes people hit this little toggle sound on and off button here in your TI menu bar. If I click that, that just turns off all sounds across the whole platform. And sometimes people hit that by accident. They don't know they've got it running. But no, if it's working sometimes and not working other times, sounds like some kind of bug. Just send the tech team an email and they can troubleshoot it for you. Sorry, my hands are kind of tied on that one, Deb. Okay, all right. Let's see. We're getting caught up here. Okay. Bill, I am looking for a scan for 3-bar plays. What do you recommend for that? Well, I'm not sure if we have an out-of-the-box 3-bar play strategy here. Let's just open up an alert window here. Let's type in some keywords here. Type in bar. I don't see a 3-bar thing there. Let's call it a candle. Let's see what happens when we do candle. We have a consecutive candle. Now look, I'm not exactly sure, Bill, what you mean by a 3-bar play. I think 3-bar plays mean different things to different people. If you're looking for, when you say 3 bars, if you're looking for consecutive, like say consecutive green candles or consecutive red candles, you can use these consecutive candles filters here based on a 1-minute candle, 2-minute, etc. And if you were to, let's say you use the consecutive 5-minute candles alert, or filter, excuse me, it's a filter. If you add this filter and you set a minimum value of say 3, right? If I click the show me button, that's going to show me that show me stocks where the stock was up at least 3 candles in a row. That's up. If you want them to be negative, maybe you're looking for 3 red bars in a row, you would do -3 in the max column. Choose this. So show me stocks where the stock was down at least 3 candles in a row. So this would be a filter. All right, so this is not going to set you an alert when the setup happens. It's just going to require that any stock that shows up satisfies the minimum of 3 bars in the direction that you're going. Now, if you want to use this in an alert window, oh, this is an alert window. So you would use this, the way I would do it is, if the 3 consecutive candles is what you're looking for, you know, you set your 3 consecutive, so this is going to be 3 red bars. You set that as a filter. All right, and you'll probably want to set other filters as well, because there's certain stocks you like to trade and certain stocks you definitely don't want to trade. But let's just focus on this filter. This is the key one. We hit that, and then we go back to the alerts search tab, and I'm just going to hit like a new low, just a generic new low alert. Actually, let's do something better. Let's do change. Since we were on a 5-minute candle. No, hold on. That's not what I want. I want 15. There we go. So we were doing a 5-minute candle and a minimum of 3 candles. So that means a minimum of 15 minutes, right? So if you couple this with a 15-minute low alert, then what's going to happen is you're going to get alerted whenever a stock makes a new low and also has a minimum of 3 consecutive red bars. Okay? Now, who asked that question? That was Bill. Bill, I don't know if that answers your question. Let me know if it does not, and we could dig in a little bit more, but I think that might. Hope that helped. All right. The void news. You say you don't see Market Explorer under the new tab. Then that also means you too are not running the latest version of our software. You need to download the latest version of our software. I'll find you the download page right here. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Download latest version of TI. There you go. There's the page. You can go download the latest version. Okay, Iris and Bill, you both want me to share that scan that I just created. All right, well, I closed it down, but I'll recreate it real quick. So new alert window, start from scratch. You're going to want to add more filters to this, guys. I don't know what your filters are for the kind of setups you want, but remember we had a new low. No, sorry. We did a new 15-minute low. Excuse me. Actually, you know what? I'll do it for both new highs and new lows. Okay, so it's all in one window. So add those alerts, I'll activate those. And then in the search tab, we needed consecutive candles. 5-minute candles is what we did. Add this filter, and I'm going to say a minimum of 3 green or a minimum of -3 red, right? That should work, right? Show me stocks where the stock was up at least 3 candles in a row, or show me stock was down at least 3 candles in a row. So this will catch you in both directions, guys. You're going to want to add your own filters, okay? But this will get you started. So let's go to summary. I'll just change the name here. 3 consecutive bars. Call it that. Okay. I've launched it. We're getting a lot of alerts come through. I'm going to save and share to my cloud. Save and share. Here's the code right here. I'm going to copy it. And now I'm going to send it to you here in the chat. 3 consecutive bars. Alert window. There you go, guys. There's the cloud link for that. It's in the chat. Good luck with that one. All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's see. I fell behind here on the questions. Let me scroll back up here. Okay. Hi, Rakesh. As far as uploading to the latest software, you don't need to delete anything. It's actually really simple. If you go to our download page, I shared the link above. If you go to our download page and just click the button there to start downloading, it'll start the process for you. It's going to handle the deleting and replacing all for you. There's really nothing to do. It really just takes a minute. It's super easy. Just follow the on-screen instructions. No brain surgery required. If I can do it, you can do it. I promise. Okay, I get your toner. Let's see, you're taking us in a different question. Could you please clarify something? Does the premium plan, the Trade Ideas premium subscription plan, come with the scanner? Or do I need to buy the scanner from Noramac? Well, I don't know what scanner you're referring to. If you're referring to the TI Strength that we've been talking about, that's included in the software, so you don't need to purchase anything extra. Now, this thing you're talking about, Noramac, that's a guy named Cam. He's an affiliate of ours. He has his own trading room and he has his own scanners. If it's something that he's created, it's custom to him, you'll have to get it from him. All right? He can share you the cloud link. But if you're talking about all this TI Strength Alert stuff we've been talking about, all this is available in your software. You don't need to pay any extra for it. Okay. Wow, look at that. I think we're all caught up, guys. So for those of you who may have joined late, I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin, and this is the live Q&A session. I'm with you till the top of the hour, at which point I will pass the mic back to Barry, who hosts the live trading room, and he'll take you to the live trading room all the way up near the close. And if you just jumped in for the live Q&A and you're not aware of our free trading room, the free trading room is basically streaming all trading day long. It's hosted by Barry Einerson, and you're basically looking over the shoulder of a real trader trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision in the market. You get to see what he's doing. You get to hear him talk through his ideas, hear him talk through what he's seeing. He does his best to answer questions where he can. He's got 700 people in that room. We simulcast it here on YouTube as well. So he can't answer everyone's questions, but he does a really good job doing helping people out. So stick with this channel. And if you haven't already, guys, this YouTube link that you're at right now, just go ahead and bookmark this link. Put it right there in your browser, because you can click this link at any time during any trading day, and there'll be live content streaming here all trading day long, whether it's the live Q&As that we do every day at noon Eastern, or if it's the live trading room. You'll always have content here. You'll always have ideas. You'll always have help. Okay? And we do these live Q&As specifically for just answering software questions. We do it every trading day at noon Eastern. We have a rotating cast of people that host this session. I typically do Mondays, and we get Michael on Tuesday, Steve on Wednesday, Jamie on Thursday, Andy on Friday. We mix it up sometimes. We bring in Chris Varley to fill in for somebody if they need a day off. But the nice thing about that, guys, is all of the trainers here at Trade Ideas have been trading a long time. We have all different kinds of experience levels. We all trade different ways. We have different backgrounds. We have different thoughts. We use the software in different ways. So you can get a lot of different perspectives by keeping coming on back on different days. And I encourage you to do that. If you have the bandwidth, if you have the time, and you feel like you're still struggling to learn the software, come on back. Any trading day, noon Eastern, and we'll help you out as best we can. All right, Debbie, how do folks use the symbol linking feature? Well, the symbol linking feature is to link to an external platform. The most common way the external linking, and by the way, what Debbie's asking, if you guys haven't seen this before, if in your TI menu bar up here, if you go to Tools, we have a feature called external linking. All right, if I click on this and I click Add Link, what I'm able to do is I can connect my Trade Ideas platform to, let's say, my brokerage platform. Okay, I won't walk through steps here because it's kind of cumbersome. But basically what that means is when you connect your brokerage platform to Trade Ideas, then anytime you click on a symbol, like if I click on this WEC and it brings up the chart on Trade Ideas, then that symbol will also load up on my trading platform so that I can quickly go from Trade Ideas to my trading platform to make a trade. Okay, that's the most common way people use symbol linking. Some people also use it to link to some news sources. Maybe they go to Yahoo Finance. They have a web page up, Yahoo Finance or something like that. So that basically any web page that takes a ticker symbol as an entry point, you could link to it. So let's say, in fact, let's pull up Yahoo Finance. I'll bring up the web page. Let's say finance.yahoo.com. And let's see if I can get this to work here. Sometimes it works a little wonky when I'm sharing my screen, but okay, so here I am on Yahoo Finance page. And if I were to go into this big box up here and type in a ticker symbol, let's say Microsoft, it's going to bring up information on Microsoft. You might like using Yahoo Finance because there's additional data here that you like, or you like to find the news on here, whatever. Okay, I'm just using Yahoo Finance as an example. You might have other web pages that you use, but the key thing is that there's a box where you type in a ticker and then it brings up information on that ticker, right? So if I wanted to link Trade Ideas to this web browser, let's move this over here a little bit. This is what I would do. I would go to my tools. I would choose external linking. I would click Add Link. And then what I would do is what this is saying, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the Shift key to select the window. So what I'm doing is I'm going to move my mouse over to this window, this target window, and I'm going to hit the Shift key. And look what happened. Now it says current linked window, Tesla, blah, blah, blah. And then all I'm going to do is hit OK. And now I have created this link. All right. I don't know why it's not showing me oh, there it is. I had to stretch this window out for some reason. If I stretch this window out, now you can see the active window I have linked. It says enabled, yes. So now check this out. I'm going to close this down and I'm going to click on a symbol on Trade Ideas. Let's click on Pepsi, right? PEP, I'm going to click on it. And if everything works correctly, this Yahoo page should have updated. And for some reason it didn't. Like I said, it doesn't work. Things get wonky when I'm sharing my screen. So I think I may have messed something up there. And the linking can be a little tricky. There's different rules with different platforms. If you are trying it out and you're having trouble, send an email to our team, info@trade-ideas.com. The tech team has some resources available to you that might address the specific thing you're trying to link to. So Deb, hope that answered your question. Theoretically, that's how the linking would work. My example didn't work there, probably because that web page needs a specific rule. We won't get into all the rules because there's a lot of different rules for different destinations. Because all those web pages do things differently sometimes. All right, folks, I got a little less than 18 minutes to hang out with you. So if there's anything we haven't covered yet and you'd like to cover, we can do it. One thing I'm going to do, guys, and I usually do this on Mondays, is, we talked about the TI Strength Alerts, and I'm on the Strength Alerts channel right now. I'm going to go ahead and buy all these names. Now, before we get excited, I'm using my simulated trading account. You can see right here. See this Brokerage Plus window, Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. I'm using the simulators. I'm demoing the sim trader for our customers. But the nice thing is, guys, is once you get a handle on how the sim trader works, the sim trader will work exactly the same with a live trading account. So Trade Ideas currently offers the ability to connect your Interactive Brokers account or a E-Trade account for purposes of trading with Trade Ideas. Those are currently the only two brokerages right now that accept live orders from Trade Ideas. But once you've connected your account, the process of sending trades to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade will be exactly the same as running the simulator. There's no additional steps you need to learn. I mean, yes, you'll have to connect them, but once they're connected, the process of exiting and entering trades, of running strategies, it's going to be exactly the same. And so I'm going to go to my strategies tab here real quick in Brokerage Plus. You'll notice I have a couple strategies. These are custom strategies: swing trade buys, swing trade shorts. So with swing trade buys, I've got this set up, guys, so that just with a couple of clicks, I can enter a trade that will get me long with a stop loss order getting sent out at the same time. I've got it set that my stop loss order is 5% away. I'm not saying that's the magic number. You might prefer a different number, but I've got it set up so that as soon as I get into the trade, my stop loss order will be live in the market 5% away from my entry price, and my position will be sized at precisely the right size such that if my stop loss order were to get hit, I will lose no more than $200 of my trading capital. Now that's an approximate figure, of course. We can't factor in slippage, and we can't factor in commissions, and we can't factor in if a stock gaps through our stop loss. If a stock gaps through your stop loss order, well, you're going to lose more than what you wanted to lose. That's trading. That's nothing we can control. That's just the name of the game. But I've got this algo set up, so it's super easy for me to just do a couple clicks on a chart to get into this trade. So we'll check this out. I'm going to buy Pepsi right now. And the way I do it, the way I use this strategy is I right click in the window in my chart. I choose trade PEP, and then here's my two strategies. I could short using swing trade short, or I could buy using swing trade buys. I want to buy. All I'm going to do is just hit buy, and check this out. In a second here, this is going to pop up on my orders tab. So there we go. I got my fill. There's my buy right there. I bought 23 shares. I got filled at 171.57. You can see it on the chart. Little green triangle shows where I just bought. And you can see my working stop loss level right here. This red horizontal line with the S next to it. That's sell. And it's hard to read it here because it's kind of lost in the shuffle. But it also tells me where my stop loss is and how much I'll lose. If I drag this up, look how easy this is, guys. If you want to ever adjust your stop loss orders, all you need to do is just click the line, drag it, and maybe I want to move my stop loss order to right there, and it'll toggle back and forth for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's a little bug, but it'll get back up there in a sec. I think it's because I'm on the beta version. But there it is. Now it's working at 166.65 as my stop loss. And you can see if my stop were to get hit, I would lose approximately $114. Okay? Wasn't that easy? Now watch how easy it is to just quickly go through all these trades. I'm going to go through the rest of these TI strength alerts right here. I'm going to click on the PDCE. I'm going to right click on the chart, trade, buy, and boom, in a second I'm going to be filled here. It's going to be showing up here on my chart. There it is. There's my buy. It's showing up here in my blotter here, PDGE right here. You can see that I got in at 52.18 right there. There's my entry. And you can see where my stop loss is working. You can see in this case my stop, I'll lose approximately $195. Right? It's never perfect, but it's depending on how many shares you get. Now I'll do GIS real quick. Right click, trade, buy, and then I'm going to be in. And I'll just keep going down this list real quick and just get into all of them. It's so easy, guys. And I love that I'm buying the dips on these things. They're all dipping. Okay, so if I go to in my Brokerage Plus window now, if I go to my Executions tab, you'll see all the buys right here. See where it says buy? These are all the buys. You can see here that I got stopped out of 4 positions today. No surprise. The market's been getting crushed all day. So I got stopped out of some positions earlier today. 3 of them right at the open, 1 a little bit later. But then here are my 5 recent buys right all here. And they show up in my positions tab. They're all mixed in here. And how easy was that, guys? All right, Pam, I see your questions. Pam's asking, and this will be good for everybody. Pam asks, will you please review how to set up the strategy tab again? I had this set up and lost the settings. I didn't save. Also, when you were doing the sim with this buy, it's buying at the market, right? Yes, I have my strategy doing market orders. You don't have to use market orders. You could set it up as a limit order, and I'll show you how. But I use market orders. So Pam wants a refresher on how to set up this swing trade buy strategy or any strategy. So let's pretend I'm starting from scratch. Let's pretend I don't have this strategy showing up here right now. In the strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, all I do is in this empty space here in the blue area, I just right click anywhere and I choose new trading strategy. Okay. So it brings up this window here. Let's give this thing a name. We'll call it Pam's Swing Trades. Swing Trade Buys. I wish I could type. Swing Trade Buys. Okay. The direction, it's a long bias strategy. So I have long, I could make it a short, but we're going to do a long bias strategy. All right. And then here under accounts, I got no accounts selected right now. The strategy has to know where to send this trade. Is it a live trade to your eTrader Interactive Brokers account, or is it a simulated trade? You got to set that up. So just go into accounts and I'm just going to choose simulated trading. I don't have any live trading accounts connected to this, but if I did, they would show up right here. So I'm just going to choose simulated trading account, hit save. Now you can see it's the simulated trading account. So that's step one, Pam. Now, as far as the details go on this one-click order entry that I did, I'm going to skip ahead to the risk management tab. Notice there's 5 tabs here across the top. You're going to want to go start the risk management tab. And you're going to want to set your stop loss and or your profit target. So I like to use stop losses, and I'm going to do it right here. It says none right now under stop loss. I've got a few options here. We're going to ignore filter. Filter, if you use this, then you can go into the formula, pull down, and you can get real fancy and complicated here with certain stuff, but this is kind of above the scope of what we're talking about today. So we're going to not use filter. The 2 most common ones, stop losses, are dollars and percent. A dollars one is basically straight dollar amount. You could set it at, I'm going to say I want every trade I'm in to have a $2.50 stop loss. I don't recommend that, because unless you're consistently trading stocks that are always priced around the same price, let's say you're always trading $50 stocks, right? Well, a $2.50 stop would be a 5% stop loss. Okay, that's great. But chances are you're going to trade a $50 stock, you're going to trade a $100 stock, you're going to trade a $3 stock. You're going to trade stocks all over the price. And a $2.50 stop in Amazon is a lot different than a $2.50 stop in some $5 stock, right? A $2.50 move in Amazon is just noise. It's nothing. It could happen in an instant. You'd be stopped out of an otherwise good trade. So I don't like the dollars-based stop loss unless you're either trading one stock that you know very well, or you tend to trade stocks that all tend to be priced in the same area. So some of you guys are penny stock traders. You only like to trade stocks that are like under $2 a share. Maybe you would use a dollars-based stop loss, but for most of you, I don't recommend it. What I recommend is the percent-based. For me, my number is 5%. Your number might be different. But for me, I like to use a 5% stop loss level. Just quick and dirty, nice and easy. If stock goes 5% against me, that's pretty clear indication that the upward trend is not working. Now, you can set a profit target. I don't use profit targets, but you can. You could use one. You could do a percent-based profit target, set it at, say, I don't know, 15%, right? So you're risking 5, hoping to make 15. So it's a 3-to-1 reward to risk ratio. I like that. But I don't personally don't use profit targets. I get into every swing trade hoping it's going to go to the moon. They never do. But they never will if I have a profit target. I can tell you that. So I use none. And I don't use trailing stops. I think the trailing stop actually is a little bit tricky. Not working right now. I think that's why that disabled is there. Okay, so Pam, I've got my stop loss level set up, right? That's on the risk management tab. Next, I go to the order details tab. This is where I set up how I'm going to size my positions and how I'm going to enter my positions. So position sizing, let's start here first. You got three options. You could do a fixed dollars amount, meaning you set a number here, let's say $5,000. That means I'm going to invest $5,000 in every trade I get into. It's going to buy however many shares that $5,000 buys. Okay? I don't hate this for position sizing. It's a nice way to keep the amount that you're investing per name equal. It doesn't completely equalize or normalize the risk across all positions, right? Because some stocks are more volatile than others. But I don't hate it. Okay? It's a nice, simple way for people to invest if they want to by investing the same amount of money per name. Another option is fixed shares. This I do not like. You could say I want to always trade 200 shares per trade or 1,000 shares per trade. I don't care if it's Amazon or GIS. I'm trading 1,000 shares. Now, you could see how that could become a problem very quickly because, once again, a 1,000 share trade in Amazon, the risk profile on that looks a lot different than a 1,000 share trade in a penny stock, right? The impacts on your P&L on small moves in both are going to be dramatically different. So I don't like fixed shares unless, of course, again, you tend to trade stocks that always are priced in the same neighborhood, right? So if you're trading penny stocks, then fine, buy 10,000 shares at a time, right? Or if you're only trading stocks that are between 100 and 120 bucks, then always do 100 shares, whatever. But I don't like that, but you have that option. The option I like is based on stop loss. What I can do here is I can set the amount of capital I'm willing to risk on any one trade. So risk value of 200, that means I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital if my stop loss gets hit. So remember in the risk management tab here, I got stop loss set at 5%, right? So it's doing the math for me. It's determining if my stock were to pull back by 5%, it's going to buy the right amount of shares such that if my stop loss gets hit, I lose 200 bucks. Okay? So think about it. Let's say it's a $100 stock and my stop loss is 5% away. That means my stop loss would be at $95 a share. Okay? What's the difference between 100 and 95? It's $5, right? So if I'm willing to risk 200 bucks of my capital and the trade I'm about to put on, I've got a $5 per share risk. Well, I divide my $200 that I'm willing to lose, divide it by 5. That's how much I'm risking per share. The result is 40. The system's going to buy me 40 shares. And if those 40 shares suffer that loss and get stopped out at 95 bucks a share, I will lose approximately $200. So that's how I do that. I like the based on stop loss because that way I know that every trade that I get into, if they lose, I'm going to lose 200 bucks. So whether it's a biotech stock or it's a Tesla or it's a penny stock or it's an old-fashioned dividend name, it doesn't matter. I know that if my stop loss gets hit, I'm going to lose 200 bucks. That's how I normalize the risk across my portfolio. Pam, I hope I answered your question there. Oh, I guess the final thing here, limit order. You were asking about market orders. So I use limit orders, but you could certainly use a market order. Or I'm sorry, I use market orders. I said that backwards. I use market orders when I enter my trades. But you can certainly use a limit order or a stop limit or a stop. I'll just throw my hat in the ring, and some of you guys have heard me say this before, but I'm going to say it again. I always prefer market orders. Now, again, I'm on a longer time frame than many. Like I'm not intraday trading. I'm not scalping. I'm looking to put on swing trades. I'm looking to get into trades and hold them for weeks or months if I'm lucky. That means it's going my way. And so I just use market orders. I just want to get in. I don't want to miss it. Because here's the thing, guys. If you use a limit order, if you get too cute with your entries, well, here's what's going to happen. On a limit order, you're guaranteed to get filled on every stock that's going to be a losing trade, right? Because it's going to have to go through your price on the way down to stopping you out. So you are guaranteed to get every losing trade into your portfolio by using a limit order. However, that one trade that just never comes back, it just never fits, it never hits your level, you never get printed, and it just rips higher from here, you missed that trade. And that one trade could be the difference between you making money today, this week, this month. All right? It only takes one trade to make up for a lot of errors, to make up for a lot of losses. I don't like missing those trades. I just want, if it's the stock I want to get into, I'm getting in. I'm getting in with a market order. I'm not getting cute with my fills. We're trading liquid stocks here most of the time. I'm not worried about the bid-ask spread. Look, if this, like this GIS that I just bought, it's at 68.40. If GIS goes to 80 bucks over the next 3 weeks, do I care if I paid 10 cents higher than the next guy? No, I don't. So I use market orders, Pam. Anyway, I hope that was clear for you guys. Look, last call for questions, guys. Wow, time flew by that last little bit there. I got a minute left to hang out with you. If there's anything I haven't covered that we can cover real quick, pop it in there real fast. Otherwise, hang out. Barry's going to be back here in the live trading room. He's going to take over for me in a minute. Let me just make sure he's around. Any last minute questions? Okay, Pam, I'm glad I got you. Awesome. Guys, just as a reminder, we do the live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern. So if you got the time, if you got the bandwidth, and if you got questions, most importantly, if you got questions, come on back every trading day, noon Eastern. Whether it's an expert level question or a beginner's level question, there are lots of people on these calls who will benefit from the answers. So please don't be shy. Pam, when am I typically putting in my market orders? I don't have a typical time. For these TI strength, I usually just do it during these live Q&As because I always do live Q&A on Mondays. So I typically get in during this session, but there's no secret sauce. There's no magic time to get in. A perfect circle. Do I ever look at inflow, outflow? No, I don't. Short answer, no. And I don't look at time and sales either. We don't have level 2 data on trade ideas, and I have level 2 data on my trading platform, but I don't use it. Level 2, time and sales ain't what it used to be. I could riff on that for another hour, but I won't bore you. Time and sales ain't what it used to be. All it is anonymous exchanges. Everyone's hiding their orders. Everyone's hiding their real volume. And it just moves too damn fast. All right, folks. Barry is going to be hopping in here in just a minute. Circle's here for the rants. Well, get me started on a rant earlier next time, and I'm happy to do it. Barry needs a Red Bull. Yep. All right, folks. Barry, the next voice you hear is going to be Barry Einerson. I'm going to go dark here, but just hang tight. Barry's going to take over in just a second. Take care, everybody.
Anyway. And Macy's, take a look at Macy's. Yeah, it's still strong. It is still strong. Tugged up by the KSS news. The retailers are strong. I saw Real put a post in saying I thought maybe they would fade at the end by the end of the day. It's possible. Yeah, profit taking. Anything that's up today is probably susceptible to something like that. does my cat think about the market today? I don't know. I don't speak cat. Excuse me. CHGG. Let's go. CHGG. What are you doing? Again, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. Yeah. So guys, I mean, a lot of them are looking just like the SPY. You know, a couple little green bars. But this one is the key one. This third one. Will it be green, or will it just continue down? You know, we're making lower highs, of course, on the SPY. But just take a look here. So if that bar can remain green and maybe shoot to this level, hey, we might have a more sustained bounce. Bilingual, real, bilingual. Or I suppose trilingual. What's SG doing? SG is sweet green. It's pretty sweet, guys. Look at this sweet green on the way up. SG. Definitely didn't care what the market was doing. Look at this move based on what the SPY was doing. This is definitely not caring. Let's see if there's any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for it. Food, services, and drinking places. Okay, I guess the market will drive anybody to drink. Well, this little, I was just showing how you can use the simulator to take a trade. So this HOFV actually wasn't so bad. I mean, it has basically not given up any. It was 126, I think, when I got in the simulator. Really, and it just hung there for a while. Actually got up to 140. So with this max P&L, what that's showing you is that if I could have got out exactly at the top here, at 139, would have been up 62. Okay, that's what that is showing you. Right now, I'm up 47. Again, this is in the simulator. So obviously, you would not want to see something that would say max $500, and now you're only up 50. Now, one is a reverse split, a 1 for 25 reverse split. So just so you know, this is not up 1,600%. Hey, Nordstrom's is still strong, guys. Yeah, JWN, boy, the retailers today. So, I mean, Nordstrom still has a little bit of room, 22.64, but $1.30 to the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying it's definitely strong. Chewy, I guess another, I guess we can call it a retailer. Chewy, CHWY. Boy, look at the retailers go guys. Macy's, JWN, Chewy, CHWY. And KSS is still hanging in there, I'm sure, right at the top. Yeah, just hanging in there. And if you're wondering why this is happening, press release claims that there are several suitors to buy them. Guys, look, 3 green candles so far. What time is it? 1:07. So this has got another little less than 8 minutes, or a little more than 8 minutes to close. Boy, another one. Just before I think I was going on my break, I wanted to just point out TSP holding 17. I mean, it's still down a lot. It was just kind of holding 17. But you know what is not bouncing is I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Corsair is bouncing. Well, guys, I mean, the market is putting in a nice bounce here. The Dow was down over 1,000, so now it's only down 700. So it's put in a $300 or 300 point swing. So here's the key, guys. Do people really believe in this bounce? That's the key. Yeah, you know what, Bill? Just Google search that, okay? Call sweeps. It has a pretty solid definition of what it is. I mean, suggesting they're believing in a larger move in the near future, okay? But just Google it. Call sweeps. Quote unquote the smart money, but you know whether that's true or not. But just Google call sweeps and you'll see. Well, the volume is pretty steady. I mean, obviously, the beginning of the day, you're always usually going to get the biggest volume, but the volume is pretty steady. What time is it now? Another 4 minutes for this to close. So the volume is pretty steady, but I don't know. I mean, it's there's a lot of damaged portfolios out there right now, and whether or not this is going to be believable. But hey, listen, let's look at it. I mean, that's a nice green candle. Still has another 3.5 minutes. I mean, AMC has gone from 1420 to 1570. No, that's not true, Bill. We don't show call sweeps. Not specifically call sweep, but just look it up. Look it up. You'll see exactly, the quote unquote smart money. Quote unquote. Another retailer, guys, GES, another retailer. So the retailers, stars of the day. So GES, the next high looking left is 21. You know what? I mean, if this takes out 21, I mean that it has about $1.50 to the next high. If the retailers remain strong, I'm in nothing right now. But these retailers are definitely strong. JWN another. Look at this big 15-minute candle here. Straight up on the fives from 2061, almost $1. All right, guys. GES now over $1, over that whole number, 21. So it just took out the high of Friday, 21. Foot Locker. So the retailers, even yeah, somebody was mentioning Best Bath and Beyond. Well, at some point you would think these would become nice shorts, but right now, that's not the case. Another retailer, The Gap, of course, GPS. Well, I guess the sell-off's over, right, guys? That's it. 3 days. Let's get back to our bull market. How are things like Apple doing? I'm sure they're rising also. But right now, I mean, the retailers are the stars today. Yeah, BKE, Buckle, another one. Yeah, it's a push, not shortable for us, real SG. This is the one that got beaten up the same day that Peloton took a header. CWH, another one. How is Peloton doing? Yeah, it's bouncing also. And you look at GME. Will it surprise anybody if it gets up to 100 again? So it's rallying with the market, almost a $10 move. Well, for the breaking up in volume, my sound alert is a gunshot, and yeah, now we're hearing gunshots instead of wow, wow, wow. Keep an eye on the SPY, guys. Keep an eye on it. We had, yeah, a nice 45-minute run. Will this continue, or will we start seeing red? And I think we start seeing red, I think it'll just probably take it out again. All right, guys. So look at this one from the AI. This was to go long. CTRN. There was the alert right here. You had plenty of time to watch this one. About 45 minutes before it took off with the market. And that is CTRN from the AI. And even the RCII, that was early. I mean, there was the alert right there. Plenty of time, another 45 minutes, almost an hour, even here, before it took off with the market. These are all AI alerts, I mean, in the face of, these are all longs. And we have another halt. PLM now halted on news. PLM halted news. Probably meant mining. Cheap one. All right, guys, keep an eye on the SPY. What time is it now? 1:21. So this has 9 minutes to close. This SPY candle right there, the 15-minute. It's just, there's nothing happening yet. Little topping tail, little bottoming tail. Basically kind of a doji. Let's see if this can continue. Or are we going to have a big red bar? If we get a big red bar, that's going to drag so many of the ones that have bounced. We'll be dragging right back down again, in my opinion. And now the volume, you could take a look at the volume of the SPY starting to dwindle. Not having that, maybe that buying enthusiasm right now. Okay, guys, I'm really just keeping an eye on this SPY. That 15-minute candle on the SPY. I know some of you were talking about this ATCX. Again, this is another one that really not market dependent at all. ATCX. Okay, guys, KHC Craft. What's the next low looking left on the weekly is 35.64. So that might, I'm looking at this as a potential short, but that looks like it may hold it up a bit. And that's the KHC. All right, guys, this is no, it's not a big red bar. I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with it pausing here with a narrow red body, but time is it? 1:24, so still has about 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes to close. But the bigger this body gets, especially if it takes out the low here, I think it's going to really be damaging for anything bouncing or continuing to bounce, shall I say. Keep an eye, guys, on that SPY. All right, take a look at Dave. This is from that bounce scanner from Zach. You know, Dave, nice basing here around this 820 mark. You get some volume. You know, has a shot. I mean, there's 920, a lot of resistance right here, but that's certainly far enough away. So let's see if this has any sort of bounce potential for Dave. I do some very extensive math, Purple Knight. Very extensive. I'm teasing you a bit here, but I mean, obviously a 15-minute candle. They're all, you know, the candle will close at 1:30. I just looked at my computer clock, and so it's 1:27 now. So 3 minutes to close, as an example. Okay. So that's why I'm saying on the SPY, this candle has got 2.5 minutes to complete its 15-minute candle until the next one starts. Okay. Yeah, pretty extensive math. I'm going to stick an alert at the low of that previous 15-minute candle for the SPY. Another one that's kind of bucking the trend here, ELVT, red bar ignored actually, right here too. Trigger would have been about 309, but probably some resistance coming in. I'm just pointing these out. These are at least stocks that are counter trending. Okay, this red bar right there on the SPY, it's not too wide. And we've got 30 seconds for it to close. I think the next bar will be key. I mean, many stocks are following this pattern here. You know, probably see a lot of stocks that had a nice little run for 45 minutes, and now maybe starting to pull back somewhat. Okay, so next bar is starting. Chewy guys, yeah, this is still firing here. CHWY, still firing here. You can look at it on the 5. I just like it on the 15. You know, get a bigger picture perhaps. You know, but I mean, there's nothing. I'm sure there are people who follow the SPY in a 5 and a 2 and a 1. All right, sticking in alert, the high of that previous 5-minute or 15-minute SPY candle. This is now green. So maybe just a momentary pause in this uptrend. Boy, this GME looks like it's. I know you've shorted it, Zach. All right, well, we got the CWH and CHWY, Chewy, and also CWH still moving here. And this is now, what's the high on Friday? Well, it's just above now, guys. It's just above that high on Friday. CWH, which is 3261. This got dragged down the same day that Peloton took a big hit. Okay, well, there we go, guys. That candle is green so far. If it takes out that high right there, the previous 15, we could still have a nice little rally. That could almost turn into a red bar ignored. Bargain hunters are trying to scoop some stuff out for a while. For a while. Is Dave keeping? And Dave is not. I mean, it's interesting. 830, 838 is the bid ask. I mean, the next highs are or resistance is around that 930 mark. That's about a dollar away. So if this market continues, Dave could have a nice bounce also. I mean, remember earlier on it got up to $12 for whatever reason. Tell you guys, is GME, is it going to surprise anybody if it touches 100 again? There is a bounce. $13 from the low. Only once a year for that one, real. All eyes on the SPY, really, guys. I mean, I'm telling you, if it takes out that high, the previous 15-minute candle, I think that might give the bounce players a little more confidence. The bounce players a little more confidence. As opposed to kind of looking at that red bar and thinking, oh, well, here we go again on the way down. So. No, I don't know, Real. What it is exactly that affects your memory? Whew. I know why you're doing a big laugh out loud for SG because it's probably working for you, not working for us because we don't have shorts for that one at Interactive Brokers. But we do have shorts for this one, the GPRE, so that's kind of interesting. I know the alert was up here, taking out that whole number. John, hello. I see you put something in tech support. I'll try to help you. If I can't, I'll direct you to what we'll call true tech support. Is there a way to track a watch list ticker in a window? Well, I mean, when you create a watch list, you have to attach it to an alert window or a top list window, and then you can track it. if that makes sense. Does that make sense? No pullback yet, guys, for these retailers. Look at JWN, CWH, Macy's. So, John, does that make sense? Okay, first of all, can you hear me? When you create a watch list, you have to attach it to an alert window or a top list window, and then you can track the symbols. Look at Peloton, guys, PTON. Look at PTON. I mean, this is a pretty impressive rebound. All right, I have to ask if John can hear me. All right, guys, look at this green bar right there. Green bar takes out that high of the previous 15. Look out. What time is it now? 1:40, still has 5 minutes or so. Dave didn't follow through. I was really thinking that Dave might follow through. So far, no go. And it's a bad spread. Yeah, Peloton over 30 now, 30.05. Where did this start from that day? So $32, getting close to that level that it, the big day that it. Well, listen, it had been following. That day just kind of put a stamp on it, but it had already been falling a lot. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, MGI. This was a really hot one a couple of days ago. Actually, for about 4 days until Friday, just kind of rested. But MGI. kind of interesting over the whole number, but again, the next high looking left is 931. Retailers still, guys. GES, guess. Almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. And we have a halt. PLM, oh no, sorry, PLM just resumed. What happened? A little pop. Macy's almost making another high again, new high for the day. Just underneath, over 26 over the whole number. The high is what, 26.20 or so? So boy, these retailers have remained strong all day. I could read it to you in French. Received some kind of a negotiation permit. Let's see now. They are looking to suspend operations temporarily. Okay. I'm just trying to read the French. I don't see it in English. Maybe, Cam. Maybe they're going to come out. Sorry, guys, I'm just answering John. Hard. Boy, it's really hard to answer text-wise. Wow, guy, I mean, retailers. GES still. All right, guys, we're getting a bounce. Definitely getting a bounce. This is very encouraging if you are looking for bounces. I mean, obviously we had a bounce. We had a bit of a rest, but that SPY candle right there, taking out is at the high of 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago. So shoot, the TSP is one I really was looking at just before I took my break. Just before I took my break, it was just basing, chopping around, but basing, right around 17, and it has moved with the market. This is what I'm looking at, guys. My thumbnail charts. There's the TSP. Of course, there's the AMC straight up, Sophie straight up. Their Macy's is doing that. GME. A lot of charts look like this now, based on what the SPY is doing. So at this point, don't go short. Not yet. Son of a... And you guys can fill in the blank. Dave. I just lost sight of it. Now the spread isn't too bad. Well, for the rest of you who may have been hearing me talk about Dave, and were able to follow it a little more closely than I did, that is a tremendous bounce. All right, what is the market now? So down 600. Let's take a look at, you're going to see probably a big change now. Take a look at the sectors, okay? We'll take a look at the sectors. You're probably going to see a big change. I mean, I'm not saying everything is fantastic, but no change in energy. Energy is still, every single stock is down from Friday's close, okay? Every single stock. What the change is, I mean, it's subtle. Last time we looked, only 5% of the tech stocks were up. And only about like 2% of the financial stocks were up. So you can kind of see just a little move here. Communications was probably about the same. Consumer discretionary, where I guess this is where all the retailers are, a lot of the retailers are. Look at that, 50-50. But that's a little bit of a move. You can just sort of see it in tech, because pretty sure the last time we looked it was about 3% were up. Now it's almost 18%. Energy's been in the tank all day long. All right, guys, I'm just, again, trying to pay attention to my thumbnail scans. So JWN getting closer to that high of 2 days ago, 2263, getting closer and closer. Just hard to commit to the retailers based on what the market was doing. You kind of kept thinking, okay, great, they're kind of being tugged along by Kohl's, but how long will that last? Guess what? The whole day, just about. I mean, look, bounced, chopped around. I'm sure Macy's probably looks the same. Chopped around. Only really got going again when the market took off. Yeah, look at Macy's, the same thing, you know. It had the nice pop pre-market, but then, you know, market opens and kind of did nothing but moving with the market. This is moving with the market. Yeah, but let's not forget that JWN and Macy's has a huge online presence now too. So, well, I'm not saying getting now. I mean, I'm just pointing these out that this has been, you know, when I talk about this, I don't mean, okay, guys, pile into this one and pile into that one. I'm just pointing it out what happened with retail following, you know, the big pop, pre-market, doing nothing, and then moving with the market. Look, if the market keeps moving like this, you know, these will probably drag the retailers up a bit still. All right, guys, I've been watching this KHC to see if it would continue down, but it looks like it's the market is dragging it up. I was actually looking to this for a potential short, but it looks like the market is dragging it up. There's a big candle now, guys. I think now you're going to get the, especially now, here's another big level that it's trying to get through. Ah, man, oh man, oh man, look at that Dave. I mean, I was, got all the way back up to 915. Right up to this level, I thought, you know, could stall, which it did. Boy, this is quite the bounce now, guys. I'm looking at so many stocks that are just bouncing big. PSTG, which was halted before for news, I believe. So whatever the news was, look at this. Look at this move for PSTG. Held the 200-day. There's the next high looking left, 25.61. It's right at that high. Had some news. Pure. No, I don't know if there's specific news for it. It's being bundled into Meta news. I don't know if there's anything to do with Meta. I don't think so, but so it is Meta. Okay, it is Meta. Meta launches next gen AI supercomputer. Okay. Yeah, on that Jay, I don't know. Mookie, I don't know about Canadian truckers going on strike. I really don't know. Well, guys, there's nothing stopping GES or M or probably Nordstrom's JWN. When I say nothing stopping, there's been really no let up. Well, market flush tomorrow. Well, that's a big bounce for for AMC guys. 14.20 to 17.27, $3 bounce. Boy, it was so key. I mean, you just look at the SPY. I mean, all eyes were right here to see, okay, great. We had 3 bars, 45 minutes. And we get this red candle. I'm wondering, is that it? The next candle is green, but nothing dramatic. But that one is the one that now is really, and it's taken out, and that this current candle is above these highs here. So yeah, the bounce scan is producing some pretty interesting ones now. I wanted Dave so badly. I know it sounds bad, but yeah, where is that 200 day? I know it was quite a bit below it, but let's see, take a look. Where is that 200 day? 441. So it has 10 to go. I got it real. You guys were talking about bark. That's showing up on my. But you wanted to get it up to 4, so you could short it near 4, I guess. Boy, if your swing account is green, that's excellent. I don't know what you have in there, but one Stevie G. Guys, GME very close to that 100 again. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else? Wow. I don't know, it's a broken record, but North's JWN and Macy's just won't quit. At some point, will they? Of course, but trying to guess where. Now, there's the high looking left, 2263. Maybe. In fact, there's 2 days right there. So 2 days ago and 3 days ago, looks like 2260 or so was the high for JWN. So keep an eye on that level. That may stall it for a while anyway. It may stall it for a while. Yeah, I should have mentioned XRT. That's the retail ETF. And just, yeah, I mean, this XRT looks virtually identical to Macy's, Nordstrom's, Guess, probably. I mean, the way it sort of paused right here, and then with the market. The only difference is that those other ones were up here when they paused. We may see I can't believe we'll see a green spy. But how's American Eagle doing? AEO as an example. Is it lagging? No, I just haven't seen it on my scanner. There's Chewy, guys. I mean, on and on and on. You know, keep an eye even on the IMTE. I mean, it looks like it wants to take out 11 again. I have an alert set up here. If it takes out 11 on volume, be careful though. I mean, it's very low float. We already know what it did. Got up to 12 something, got all the way down to 8, so be awfully careful. Even Sava's getting a bid here, as Zach pointed out. Probably a lot of bounces in this my watch list. ZipRecruiter, boy, they do a lot of advertising. What high looking left is 21.22. A lot of volume coming in right there. Pinterest getting into the act. PINS. Well, it already gets got into the act, but it's showing up on my scanner. All right, guys, we may have a little top here. We may have a little top, okay? So if you went long, during this bounce, you know, just be aware we may have had a bit of a top. Just take a look at that spike handle right there, little red. Narrow bar so far. Shoot, I lost sight of the KHC. So we're probably going to see quite a few charts that look a little bit like the SPY right now with topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. I'm looking at AMC, I'm looking at GME, I'm looking at even Macy's, looking at Peloton, looking at a lot of SOFI, SOFI. A lot of charts are looking like the SPY right now. Shoot, I can't believe it. I wanted to take that KHC. Ah, well. My guess is that XLK now is taking a bit of either a pause or a nice downturn. Could be just a pause. I mean, it's not a huge bar, not yet. And this is still not a huge bar, guys. I mean, I wouldn't say this is completely over, but it's not a huge bar. What time is it? 2:14. So this bar has got another 30 seconds to close. So if this, you know, we'll see if the next 431, if it can take out 431 again. All right, this bar crucial right here. This next 5 minute or 15 minute spy candle. Crucial in seeing if we still have a bounce. The bounces are still in play. I like that cell CELH on your scan, Zach. I just didn't like the spread. Dinner's in the microwave. All right, guys, this is now looking a little more ominous, just a little bit more ominous. Again, these bars are not wide yet. Sava was an awesome one, I have to say. Yeah, Sava was an awesome one. 39.23 on the alert and got up to 39.31 before it really starting to sink. And this is sinking faster than the market is, so. Okay, XM looks right. Look at this one. 2678, is that right? On the daily chart, 2678. It's at 2639 now. Maybe let it get a little bit higher. And this looks like, if the market keeps doing this, this looks kind of ripe for a short. And that is XM. I mean, the next high looking left is right up here, 2678. So it's not that far away. Yeah, the AMPL has been kind of all over the place. Good luck on the short though. Yeah, 34.51. You guys are talking about Shopify, right? SHOP? Yeah. All right, XM. Gotta wait to see if oh, I'm in it, but I want to see, 26 break would be awesome. Whether it happens, I don't know. XM. So it's basically where I shorted it. So I'll have to see. I took a bit of a, I probably should have let it get a little bit higher, get closer to that 26.78, but we'll see. So it's basically where I shorted it. 26.28. All right, let's go. Can you break 26? All right, guys. All right, right. Finally, I got into one, and okay. Well, okay. I took some out. I'm just watching this one. I wanted to see. Took out 26, got down to 20, what, 80 something or 70 something. Took some out about 25.88. That's from 26.28, 25.88. Not bad. Not bad. Let's see if it has any more strength down. What's the market doing? And that's from that topping play from Zach. Right there. I took XM, yes. I was actually going to do something I don't normally do. I took some, and I may have added if it got close to that high over here, but didn't have to. But look at this. Beauty. Beauty. And now look at the market. Look at that red candle. I'm going to stick an alert right here, the bottom of those two 5 or 15-minute candles, and we take that out. I think it's sayonara. Look at that. I mean that takes that out. Oh boy, XM. That's it. Thank you, Zach. The spread wasn't bad, and 2 million shorts available at IB. So. Ah, man. So I unfortunately I did miss the KHC. That's okay. The XM turned out to be a really nice short. Well, GME got to 100, literally to 100. 100 high right there. And then now with the market starting to fall, probably like a lot of them. Let me check my thumbnail charts. They're all kind of starting to look like the SPY. Though, I mean, the retailers are still kind of strong. Thank you, Andy. All right, guys, time is at 2:27, so getting closer to my being off the mic. I'll be off the mic at 3. Room is open till 3:30. I do, James. Yes, that's my. I have an IB chart up just maybe to check a channel. All right, like a chat like linear regression, but 99.9% of the time I'm just looking at my AI on my trade ideas charts. Okay. Now that is, I mean, I'm not a big indicator guy, so trade ideas charts do not have a lot of different indicators. But I'm not a big indicator guy, so it doesn't bother me. And I know that we are in slowly but surely continuing to improve the charts. There should be something, I hope, I don't want to even, hopefully major within about a month. But of course, I've heard that internally for a while, but hopefully major within about a month. Doesn't Real say the RSI is kind of similar to that MFI? Hopefully, maybe, potentially. Okay, it's slow, and this is what in theory is going to change. First of all, our charts refresh every 8 seconds. Okay, so you may say, well, that's crazy. I'm an intraday trader. I'm looking for, well, this is what happens. So when you click on an alert, okay, you click on an alert, and hopefully it loads. Yes. So there's the real time right there. Now, if you just stared at this chart, okay, it will take about 8 seconds to refresh. Now, for me, I know I've told this story in the past. I was highly skeptical, highly skeptical. And I said, that I can't use a chart that does that. So what I did is, in those days, I had e-signal. I put my e-signal chart right beside the trade ideas charts. I ran them side by side for about 2 weeks. And what I discovered is that it made no difference to me. Okay, me anyway, because typically this is what I'm doing. I'm clicking on the alert, I see the chart, and now I'm looking in my broker's platform and I'm checking the bid ask, I'm checking to see what's happening. By that time, so I'm not staring at this chart anymore. So the fact that it doesn't move up a penny like it may have on a tick by tick chart is really kind of irrelevant to me because I'm at the point where I'm staring at my order entry, checking the time and sales, seeing how it's trading, checking the longer term, which really makes no difference whether or not this is 1210 or 1209 or 1210 really, when I'm checking the longer term to see how much room a stock's got. So that's me. That's me. That's so. Believe me, I wouldn't be using. And this is, I'm not trying to sell anybody to use the trade ideas charts, but I would not be using them if I found them detrimental to my style of trading anyway. And I am an intraday trader. Yeah, I mean, this is my go-to. Once I'm looking at it, I'm looking at time and sales right here, and looking okay. But remember, I've already looked at the daily and the weekly and the monthly, just to see how much room a stock may have to keep running. And even if a stock is moving, a dollar in a nanosecond, it doesn't matter. I mean, because I get the alert, it's real time, and now I'm looking at my in my broker's platform. But that's how I trade. I mean, again, I'm not trying to say that's the best, but having said all that, I think there are going to be some improvements in the charts. What does XM do? I keep thinking it's a radio, XM, Sirius XM. What do they even do? Not that I care, but software, okay. Oh no, I was kidding. It's not. No, guys. It's Sirius XM is no Siri is it. Siri is bought, but I guess for whatever reason, I mean they kept. I mean this is years and years and years ago. If you guys remember sort of the infancy of satellite radio, there was XM and there was Sirius, and they were competing. So no, XM is not Sirius XM. Siri is just Siri. And that's it. Siri. Siri. Oops. Our friend Locutus, who usually hangs around, he used to work for Sirius XM. Wow, look at XM. Almost a dollar now. I have taken some out, but almost a dollar now. I still like these later in the day. I know they work earlier too, or they can. I think I just have too much going on earlier in the day. I love them later though, because because first of all, if they've been running, then then they can fall more. Not quite, not quite. I did not get it at the top. 26.28. Serious business, yes. Well, let's see how long myself and anybody else who took this, we can ride this into the sunset. Now, here's, big level right there, 25, 21 or so. No, the lows of these two 5-minute candles. If somehow it takes that out, I mean, look out. The next level is, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 24, 28, but experience management. Well, here's the other thing too. When I look at Interactive Brokers and I see there are 2 million shares available to short, I'm sure most brokerage platforms that are, they've got lots of shares available, which helps. It helps. It means there are more people who have. I mean, if I didn't have shorts available, obviously I can't help the shorts. That makes sense. Well, another one kind of breaking down a little bit. GSK, Glaxo. Well, as I say, it was fun for a while. If you're playing bounces. That was my caveat. It was fun for a while if you're playing bounces. All right, let me put a little alert right here. See if I can induce it down just a little bit more. A little price alert for XM. See if I can induce it down a little bit more. All right, guys, it's 2:40. So one last talk about my homepage, etc. Remember, I'll be putting myself on mute at about 3. All right, on my homepage, I put my link in on my homepage. You will see this. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's your promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. Take 15% off these. The monthly, you can always go monthly. There's nothing wrong with going monthly. 118, 228, that 15% discount is only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Big difference, premium and standard, is the AI, which has not had a bad day. I mean, this is what these things are up now, but at some point they were up even more. But this is what the AI kind of looks like. Gives you an entry, has a stop. How you trade it is up to you. There are 3 free sections on my homepage. The Trade of the Week, you can sign up for that. Send it to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video that I do at noon. And all the education. I'll just go in a little more detail about the education. So we have a very comprehensive user guide, all broken down into sections, but also, well, typically I'd see this all over here, but it is a searchable table of contents also. But if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, I would look at the 20 introductory lessons first. Talks about top lists, building them, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, which we nickname Holly. And then the daily support, so 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Then also, Monday to Friday, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the link in just before I shut down this room at 3:30. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And the Back to Basics, if you're new to trading, great little video series. It starts off with what is a stock? All free. And of course, here are my scans that I am sharing right here. You can take a look at them. Obviously, you need to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have them. So lots of information, these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can take a look at them anytime you want. Well, you can't hear me, but it should. Where can I change the column preferences in my alerts? You mean add them or subtract them? Or are you talking about literally narrowing a column like this? Yeah. So are you using the docking version? Yeah, I think though, even if you're not using docs, I know that the later bills after 4.4.2 or something like that, the columns, the only thing I can suggest, I don't even know if you have this as an option. Um, I don't even know if you have this as an option. If you do, so if you click on tools and then options and then layouts, I don't even know if you have this as an option, maybe uncheck it and see if that helps. Otherwise, there's nothing more I can suggest. All right, guys, just checking some of my thumbnails. Nothing exciting is happening. And the market is just kind of resting now, trying to figure out is it going to take out these lows here and continue. XM is just kind of stalling near that 25. All right, guys, 2:49. So again, the room will be open until 3:30. I'm going to put myself on mute at 3. You know, guys, Macy's is basing here. Look, it may not be over. Macy's is basing here. Look at this. Get some volume. Could push it up again. Okay, guys, out of the XM. Out of the XM. Just could not take out 25. And it's sort of following the market. What is the new market? Yeah, I don't use it at all, but it's, you have to have our latest beta, or I think it's that latest beta from the website. And it just has, It just has some server window. It's got all of these. I don't use them at all, but you can take a look. You'll get alerts. You can just sort of see what they look like. They're bear flags, bull flags, 80-20 cross on gappers, things like that. So it's basically, these are strategies. Call them not strategies. These are ideas. Okay, so it's just Michael has put them together, and I don't use them, but breakdown. I really don't know a lot about them. Gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. Things like that. So when you click on it, you'll start to get some alerts. You can click on the alert and see what it looks like. And as far as the individual definitions are concerned, if it's not obvious, then I can't tell you. But a gap down fill, gap up fill, I mean, they're named in a way that it's somewhat obvious. But I've got enough on my plate, with the scans that I've created and all, and looking at some of Zach's scans, it's almost like the race cars. The race cars for me, I don't know if I can really, for intraday style of trading, I really don't know if it's going to be worth it for me. One of the reasons is, I base virtually everything I do on real-time alerts, whereas the race car is more, it's a different way of looking at a top list. Nothing wrong with it, but it's probably not going to be for me with my style for my style of trading. Yep, you're right. The SPY is trying to hold this level. This is the candles at 1 and 1:15. The 15-minute candles, the lows are about the same. I think, and you can see. Well, let's take a look at a big SPY chart. So you can see right here, right there, these two lows right there, look what happened. It got right there, almost right to the penny. And then it bounced off these two lows right there. So that may mean, as I'm saying, it tested here. So what time is it? Another 6 minutes for this to close. A little over 5 minutes for this to close. I do not, Nicolette. No, I don't. I don't have. No, I do not have a go-to list of stocks. I basically every day is a mystery for me. I don't know what is going to be moving. So no, I don't have a go-to list. No. Nothing wrong with having a go-to list. Just concentrating on a basket of stocks that you're comfortable trading. With setting alerts and different parameters with them, but I'm more all about what is happening today. Well, I think tomorrow will be, a relatively interesting day. I mean, will there be an abatement in this sell-off? We've had, even there. I mean, that really wasn't not like we had a big green candle here. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now the seventh day down. But in some kind of perspective, I mean, there is the monthly candle, and it's will it hold these levels right here of 3 and 4 months ago? No, my watch list is made up of some scanning that I do in the after hours. Okay, and so I do some scanning after hours, and then yes, in the pre-market, I'm kind of looking at some of the movers, and they get added to my watch list. And then tonight, I'll take a look at the ones that are on my watch list. Some may carry forward to tomorrow. Some I'll just delete. So there's no FAQ. No, you've just got it. That's exactly what it is. And what happens here is that the watch list is way more than all these stocks. There might be, I don't know, 50 stocks on my watch. Now, to be honest, a lot of them trigger today. I can't control that really. Some days, though, on my watch list, you might only get, 5 on the upside and 3 on the downside. What has to happen for something to trigger on the watch list up, as an example, has to be above yesterday's high. There are other filters in place, but has to be above yesterday's high. For it to be on the watch list down, has to be below yesterday's low. Yesterday now meaning Friday. Okay, and there's the first time, for instance, so if I look at BITO, there's the low on Friday. So that met one of the filter requirements. And it's a watch list. It's not meant to, well, you get an alert and you just, pile into the trade. Yeah, you too, Jay. Nice to see you popping in every day from jolly old. Americans going, where the heck is jolly old in the US? Oh, absolutely, James. These are all nothing to do with my watch list. These scans right here, nothing to do with my watch list. And I have some others on my other monitors. Like everything I'm sharing, if you go to my watch list, my homepage, bunch of scans that I am sharing. So there's my homepage link, and if you go to it, right here there is a scan section. So I don't have all these up and running. Don't get me wrong. I don't have all. It'd be way too many. Okay, but here you can see these ones are right here. But I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here also. There is a lot here. I mean, if you click from new in the toolbar and then clicked on dock channel bar, these are all themed layouts. All right. So for instance, a momentum layout. Looking for stocks with upward momentum. Here's FLDM. As an example. So you can take a look at these also, and if you like one, and of course with my scans also, you can always make changes if you want. Right click on the scan. You can click on summary. You'll see what the scan is looking for. But if you said, you know what, I don't like that price range. 1 in 50, I'd rather it be between 10 and 100. So you make the change. Maybe you want a different volume. You see how it has changed now? Not 1 in 50. So if I say okay, now if I stay on this channel, that change will remain. I can take this. You must be frozen then. You should see a channel. You should see a channel. But what I was going to say is you can take this alert window or any window you see and save it to the cloud. And you can go to the various channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Why do smart risk levels show up and other times even when it is checked nothing shows up? Okay, so it depends on your time frame, Pamela. I mean, let's take a look at TSP as an example, okay? Woo, there's a SPY, guys, so it took out the high. Woohoo, happy times. Maybe. So, okay, okay, I want to check this one. It all depends on how big your chart is. So I'm trying to find one that I could see it on a 15, but maybe on a 2-minute. You see it right there on the 2-minute? It's you can see it. Let me see if I can find one. I hope that makes sense. It's not that they're not there, but you can't see it. Depends on on the time frame you're looking at. Of course, wouldn't you know? I can't see one. The smart risk levels will show up on every chart as long as, the only thing I can think of, as long as you've got it, in properties, and it says show smart risk levels. Okay, so if you right click on a chart, click on properties, as long as that is checked, it'll show up. But the caveat being, if the smart risk level is sort of out of the chart, then you won't be able to see it, if that makes sense. I can't find one. Yeah, so I'm seeing right now, for instance, I don't know. Now, I went back a few versions, guys, okay, because there was an issue that I had with the new development version that was really slowing down the chart. So I went back a few versions. But I'm noticing here, for instance, if you look at Snap, and the Smart Stop is not actually showing. Okay, the Smart Stop is actually at 29.58. You can see it there. 29.58, right there. Okay, you can't see it on the 2-minute chart because, it's only going down to $30. And if I had a huge 2-minute chart, I'm sure I'd see it. Does that make sense? It's just, it's as long as you've got that smart risk or smart stop risk level checked on the chart, it will show it as long as it can see it. Okay? It's not that it's not there. It's just that it's out of the chart, so you can't see it. Whoa, it's 3 o'clock already. What am I doing? Is there a Head and Shoulders scan? I don't know if there's a scan that literally says Head and Shoulders. But let's take a look. Oops. I'll type in head. Yeah, I guess so. Head and Shoulders, inverted Head and Shoulders, and Head and Shoulders. So I guess there is. I don't use it, but I guess there is. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Let me get my announcement in. If you didn't have it checked in properties, that will definitely be a reason, Pamela. All right, so I'm on mute. Room will be open until 3:30. And when I come back to close the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in if you do want to go over to YouTube, our YouTube room, between 3:30 and 4:30 and listen to Chris. Is there a scan for the price approaching? I mean, there's not one that is developed specifically, but I do have. Let me just see what I've got for VWAP. I don't use it, but let's just take a look. Yeah, so I used to have it. I used to have something that was. It's a top list. You can have something that is crossing the VWAP. But what you can do is you can create your own. And this is, just do a search, type in VWAP. And distance from VWAP is the filter you're going to use, okay? So add the filter. So for instance, just give me a moment here. Okay, so if you use this is just an example, okay? But this is the filter you can use. And if you put, for instance, in the min -1 and the max 1, you're going to see, just like it says in the summary, where the price is no more than 1% above the VWAP and no more than 1% below. So pretty close. Now after that, you can put in your own price range, your own minimum volume, things like that. And any other filter you want. But that filter will at least show you stocks that are between, very, very close, either on the upside or the downside. So is that good? And you could use it as a top list, and then you could just, as a top list, just see the ones, as opposed to having to have some special alert to show you. You could just see the ones that are very close, either on the upside or the downside. Still no estimate, John. Elijah, if I said within 2 months, I would like to hope that it's going to be within 2 months. It might be sooner, but there's still no estimate. They've been working on it for a long time. Well, first of all, Bill, I don't use the head and shoulder scan, okay, at all. But the head and shoulder scan is. So it is an alert, okay? It's an alert. So, I mean, that's the alert. And if you want to find out more about it, just click on it and click on help. And it'll give you a more detailed explanation about what it's trying to look for in these hours of trading and all that. But it is an alert. That's why, I mean, you can see the icon. It's not, when the icons look like that, as opposed to like this. Then these are what the filter icons look like, and these are what the alerts look like. Alert icons look like. All right, guys, muting myself now.
looks like a good video transfer. Check the audio here. All right, audio sounds good. Perfect, perfect. So, all right, everybody, 3:30 Trade Ideas late day Q&A here. As always, interesting day in the market. I keep this as an open forum. Most of you that are here, or anybody that is actually here, I think I've heard this 1,000 times, but what do I mean by open forum is that your questions and comments drive the content of what we're doing here. I don't come with anything pre-done, so it's a wide open floor. So anything that you like looked at or worked on or questions that you have, fire away into the chat panel there and we will cover it. And I always just like to throw out there that, if I'm interacting, engaging with someone, don't hold back your questions because I'm troubleshooting something with someone at that time. Put the questions out there and I'll circle back to, everything that I can possibly get to. On occasion, I don't have any answer for something and I'm going to send you off to our email address so they can get together with Minds Greater Than Mine to answer those questions. Jesus, take the wheel. Yes. This is no market for the faint of heart. I just happen to have a SPY chart up here. A wicked bottoming tail on that SPY chart. Let me hold on. Let me change my resolution for y'all. Display. Let's go with this here. That was the wrong one completely. Whoops. Oh well. Let's try this one here. There we go. Yeah, here's the thing. We hit correction territory today. So now we're in that kind of market where the upswings can be just as violent as the downswings can be. And that's where people need to be careful. Especially if if you are a believer that, we're headed lower overall, you don't want to get caught now short on one of those days where we decide to rip for a day or two and then a massive sell-off to follow. Yeah, quite possibly. And again, I take it back to people are like, oh, we're so overdue for whatever that they think we're overdue for. There are plenty of areas in the market that have been very sideways for a very long time. And while they weren't technically in correction territory, they certainly weren't bull markets. So, we'll see what it means. We'll see what how value reacts and how growth reacts to all this. And what we do as technical traders here, signals lag. That's all there is to it. The only thing that's real time is price. Everything else lags. And, based on what parameters we like to look at, we use those signals to make the best educated guess into what positions we should or should not be putting on. But the fact that we're not even 0.5% below the close on Friday, that's really interesting. I mean, that's a big deal here in the SPY, I would say. All eyes are going to be on Jay Powell and all that, all that stuff like that. So I didn't even realize we came and touched that low on the SPY today. 420.76. Wow, I did not know that. I thought 425 was our low. I was head down on some support files for the day, so. The reversal in some energy names here. P10, MGY. gainers other than trade the gap? I would say use the pre-market channel there, Peter. This here. Where are you? Use this one here, Peter. I'll circle it here in pink. Use that channel because it has a whole lot of different scans in there actually. Options expiring 28th. I wouldn't know how to answer that, Eagle, because I've never traded an option in my entire life, so I don't really know what that means. But I will say this. And yeah, the reason why I like that, the pre-market actually, is because you have topless windows in there, Peter, that show some gaps going on. And then you also have some different scans in there that are not based just on gaps, just pre-market highs, pre-market lows, and some unusual volume in there as well, Peter. But just looking at so I'm guessing expiring. All right, so let's see. Piton option put 29, expiring 28 February. What do you think? So basically, you're betting on the price to be below $29 by the expiration. Is that correct, Eagle? See if I understand anything about options, or am I completely wrong? Because I do not think that Peloton will be above $29 in a month from now. I don't think it'll be above $29 in a week from now. That just, look, this is what I'm looking at. This long channel here, all right? Now, I don't know how much time you have. I wouldn't be surprised to see it make a pop over this and then head back down. There's nothing on the chart to like. There's nothing about the business to like. And like I said, I stay away from news and all those things like that. But, I can't help, as I scroll through Twitter in the early mornings, the evenings, and whatnot. I look at people that look more at the fundamental side of things and interact with some of them. There's nothing good about it whatsoever. So, I mean, I'm not going to say yes, I think that's going to happen, but I don't see how Peloton, in a few weeks from now is above this line. I just don't see it. Unless they do something dramatic or someone buys them. We kind of made a joke the other day. We made a joke the other day about Apple buying them. Something like that you can't really account for. Here goes a SPY going off. Can I add multiple trade accounts to Brokerage Plus? With IB, yes. I don't know about E-Trade. So here I'll show you what you would have to do. I can't troubleshoot the Trader Workstation IB side of things, but what you'll have to do is go inside Trader Workstation or IB, I'm not sure where, and you create an allocation profile so that all of those accounts are linked together. And then you would find that in your strategies here, Brokerage Plus, you right click. If you come to edit trading strategy, you go to accounts here and you look for allocation profile instead of account name. And in here, your allocation profile will be there, and that's how you can link multiple IB accounts. I don't know if E-Trade has that option or not. You'll have to reach out to them as far as that goes. But if you have an allocation profile for IB, just as I showed you, you come into whatever strategy you want it attached to, accounts, select allocation profile, and that's it. got it there, Car. Um, so Peloton, yeah, there's going to be all kinds of rumors that are going to swirl Peloton. So just, trade the plan. That's all there is to it. No, you can allocate. I'm not sure how that works on this panel here. Um, Not sure why I'm not connect. There we go. I would suspect that it'll be here though. If you have an allocation profile for an account, it should be here as well as it is in the strategies that are here. But how the linking of that happens within IB, that I don't know. I mean, I do know some stuff for troubleshooting IB, but not that complicated. Yeah, you should have been able to do that for a while. Like I said, I don't know all the details of the workings from the internal side of IB there, Debbie, but you should be able to do that now, no problem. I, this is why I say no problem. I've had a few people inquire about it. I explained more or less just what I did there, and then I never heard back from them again about it. So I would surmise as much that me not hearing back from them meant that they were able to allocate inside of IB and then move that over to Brokerage Plus. And I know one of them is a money manager, so all right, let's see what else. So some reversals here. I haven't really been updating my liked list because there hasn't been a purpose to it because I'm just kind of sitting by and waiting. Okay, yeah, and I'll be honest, Debbie, I don't know when that came into play. I mean, it could have been a year ago. It could have been 6 months ago. I want to say it was at least a year ago, though, but don't hold me to that. So reversals here, we're looking at some energy reversals. P10. This is housing. Is this energy? Oh no, that's pro share short. Do I have any? That's energy. So quite a few energy plays reversing here. Let's see what that looks like in the ETF world. So natural gas is positive since the open. Looks all right there. Interesting. Home builders, quite the reversal for those. They were real strong going into the end of the year last year. I mean, you take a look at this here for the home builders. You had this sideways action for a long time. Finally broke it, tested it, finally came back down. Looking back, we could actually call this a head and shoulders. Kind of lopsided shoulder, but head and shoulders nonetheless. So we'll see what this all means. It has been a very, very long time since we've had a correction. A very long time. So I don't know. This is healthy to me. I'll play the charts that come in front of me, and as I stated before, I've never really had a need to short in the market before. If this is the beginning of a larger move down, I'll figure that out just like I did on the long side. Anyways, let's come back. MDY goes positive for the day, and quite positive. Let's see, XOP came down, blasted low below 100. Let's see what this all means here. Did we top out? Is that a double top? Could be. That's your exploration, your energy exploration stocks, gas and oil. Let's see. It's going to be populated. No, I don't think it'll be populated. A lot of rallying, making some cup and handle type looks. Yeah. I don't know if it'll. Let's take a look here. Load from cloud. More than I would have thought that was in there. Let's see how many of these are ETFs. Well, ain't that something? Macy's. Look at that. So on a day of pain, this thing had found some stuff that was moving up the whole day. EXTN. So Macy's. Some kind of administrative. Kind of a mixed bag here on what the theme is. Nobody's standing out necessarily. Retail maybe a little bit. What's up with Casper? Is this thing getting bought out or not? It's an awfully big move for a stock that was bought out. I haven't kept up on the news. Vodafone. Strong move. Pharmaceutical company from Ireland. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, that was Halliburton, so that's some more energy. And some more energy and some more energy. So now we start to see some pack leaders here with a theme from this. Energy continuing to hold its own. And I would say that's a continuous move towards value versus growth. Let's see, Tesla must be participating in this rally. Because they were getting shellacked earlier. No, not as much as I would have thought it was. Nice tail on it still, but we did some damage on the Tesla chart today. Look at that. That's some serious damage. That's a big line right there for Tesla. That's a very big deal. They got earnings in a couple of days. Get your popcorn ready, everybody, because it's going to be interesting. And again, I know nobody likes to hear this, but remember, you don't have to trade. You can take days when, days like this are happening and you've not experienced markets like this. Cash is a position. Let's see, I lost my chat window. There we go. This is just here. It's real simple. I'll share it out too. All I'm doing is looking at stocks in between $4 and $40. They have to traded 750,000 shares today. Let me hide these things here. They got to be 75% above the low of today's range and 75% above the low of the 20-day range and relative volume of 1. And that's it. Nothing too crazy, but I have found over time I find a lot of cup and handle patterns on it. I like to trade cup and handles. So, I find a lot of stuff that's very similar to this kind of look in here. Like this base, cup and handle-ish. And we'll see as does this come down and test resistance and it's ready to move back up there, Halliburton. So those are the patterns that I like to find on daily charts and then try to find a day or two run out of them. It has not worked quite as well as it was for a long time since we've been in more chop of a market. But I'll share it out with you. Just give me a second to find the link in my cloud. There you go. So, I generally I use this after the market is closed, and then I go through and take a look at, what's on there. So, there's a twofold way that I use a scan, Debbie. One is trying to find these kind of charting patterns that I like in the evening or early mornings before the market opens. The second one is, oh my God, look at the SPY. This is hysterical. The second one is I start to look, is there a theme in the stocks that are coming through this that are breaking 20-day ranges? Did I just close that by accident? No. So, what's a theme that we're seeing right now? Energy. I see quite a bit of energy on here, and hopefully this doesn't shuffle too much on us, but quite a bit of energy here. Energy, 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 energy. I believe this is energy. So, then I start to ask myself if, let's say 50 stocks are on here and, 20 of them are energy, for example. Energy. 20 of them are energy, for example. Well, what does that mean? Is that a sector that's heating up? Is that getting hot? It's breaking out of a 20-day range. Does it have more room to run? So I use it in a twofold. Just incredible. What a move. Just wow. Yeah, I equate, everything we do is like a puzzle, Debbie, is what I like to equate. But the pieces of the puzzle are always moving and changing, kind of. And, I don't know, it's just kind of a way I look at trading in general and how trade ideas is just, it's a large piece of my personal puzzle of trading. And then, how I fit that piece in with everything else. So we got 5 minutes and change here before the market closes. Let's see, we just got rejected around SPY 440. And so this is something I do enjoy doing. I'll bring over the SPY chart that I got here. And just rejected right there. And that line, I've had that line there for a very long time. Well, I mean, look, Bitcoin was, supposed to be a store of value and I don't whatever else. I don't really, I don't get into the whole Bitcoin thing. I hope anybody that's involved in it, whatever they want with it, make a gajillion dollars, $11 million. But to say that Bitcoin is detached from equities at this point would just be a flat out lie. So, equities rallied, and I'm guessing Bitcoin rallied. I haven't even looked at the price. Let me pull up a chart real quick on my phone because it's faster for me there. Yeah, so Bitcoin's back above 37, nice big U shape. And a Bitcoin chart looks exactly like a SPY chart right now. And I mean exactly like a SPY chart. That's incredible. So, but anyways, a million ways to skin a cat, as they say, or something like that. Let me take a look at some of the names here. Physical gold. So gold, what is gold doing? Saw someone post something about it earlier. All right, well, I don't see it here highlight in my list. There it is. Interesting. So gold actually had a big gap up, pulled down, and then moved up actually. So, well, maybe gold is having its day. I had put, let's see, there's some drawings here. Can't size it exactly I want, but you know, is this a broader base here now for gold finally after this, this run up here from 2019? And, this kind of wedge that's happening here. I don't know, it's an interesting looking chart for gold. I'm one of those people that I don't think gold is a dumb pet rock, but I also don't understand gold. And what I mean by I don't understand gold is I get that it has whatever value because human beings thousands of years ago decided it should have value because it's shiny. It has no real world purposes in it though. And if you take a piece of gold and you stick it in your safety deposit box and then come back 50 years later, you've got a dusty piece of gold. It's physical gold is not an inflation against, or not a hedge. That's just that. So, but by all means, if you can make money on it, make money on it. So here's a fun one to Jamie had pointed out to me. What is it? TKLF. And again, I'm just kind of shooting the breeze with everybody here. So if people have questions about the platform itself, I'm happy to do this too. But I don't want. I've had several emails come in over the months and months I've been doing this now, saying, oh, he doesn't teach us anything about trade ideas. He just talks about random charts and stocks. My retort to that is, I cannot answer questions that are not asked. So if you sit there and you stew, not asking your questions, not my problem. This, I have no idea. It says cosmetics, beauty supplies, and perfume stores. I don't know how accurate that is because we're having a little bit of a problem with our data provider on some of this. But yes, no, that's accurate. Okay, that's accurate. We came across two that were not accurate today and had to go yell at our data provider for it. So this thing halted like 6 times today. But look at that, from $30 to $4. That's a lot of pain. Feel for anybody that was involved in this IPO on the wrong side of it, anyways. I don't. Jamie just pointed it out to me. I can ask. Fire away, Bill. We can build it together, Peter. I'll build it on screen with you, and then so I asked Debbie to see if came from a scanner, if it was just something he randomly happened upon. Just waiting to hear back from him. And then Bill, fire away your question. It was just a simple top list showing things down most from the open here. So it was on this at some point today. I don't know if it's still there or how that'll work, but that's what Jamie had found it on right there. I don't, but funny that you asked that. I'm going to be taking on a role here with testing limitations of things on the performance monitor and users. I'd like to say right now somewhere around 10 dock windows is where you'll start to probably see an impact. But I haven't gotten that far in my testing yet, so don't hold me to that number. And then Peter, okay, so what we're going to do here, Peter, we're going to build this together. So Bill, on that particular alert, that's how far back it's going to look to try to find that pattern, essentially. So if you leave it blank, it'll look back as far as it can look to try to find that pattern on the time frame. Well, here's the caveat, Debbie. Yes, you guys don't. We don't have it yet. In the next beta, in this spot here, there's going to be a performance monitor. Actually, I'm on the beta that you guys are on right now, but I've been testing internally a different beta, and that performance monitor is going to allow you to see what you're doing and how it's impacting. You know, how many windows you have open, how many pin windows you have open, how many top lists, how many alert, all those things like that, and how it's impacting everything. And I am going to be going through the performance monitor regularly and seeing what users are doing and how they're stressing the system and how we might be able to implement things on our side to alleviate some of that stress in the long run. So I'm going to finish up with Peter here, and then I'm circling back to you, Bill, all right? So, all right, Peter, hopefully you're with me here. We're going to go new, all right, and we're going to go top list, all right? And the first thing I'll do when I'm building a new top list, I come to the window specific filters, and I click hide unused, all right? And now we're going to build. And so let's see, Peter, you asked for price above $2. So here's price. We're going to put a $2 there. You've got no cap on what you're doing. So we'll get rid of the cap, all right? And you want to see 500,000 shares traded on the day, so that's easy. Volume today. So volume today, we're going to put a 500,000 there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then you're looking for ATR of 0.5. Yes. So search. Average true range. All right, there we are right there. We're going to add that filter, Peter, and we're going to give it a minimum value of 0.5, and we're done. And we're going to call this ATR for Peter. All right, and so you can refer back to the replay of this if you ever want as well. We can always redo it again. Also, I'm going to give you that scan right now. Right now, nothing meets that scan's criteria. Make sure I did that right, because it seems like... Whoop, that's why. Minimum volume percent today. Oh, we totally did that wrong. We want volume shares today. Thought it was odd that it wasn't returning anything. Here we go. Now we got it for real. Alright, and we do a couple things. We can sort on the change from close. Alright, so we're going to go sort and change from close percent. All right, so now we're going to have a nice even color schematic here across the board. All right, on our biggest winners down towards the biggest losers. And this particular top list, Peter, is going to populate the top 100 stocks that meet its criteria. So for example, if 400 stocks meet the criteria of this, only the top 100 based on a change from close percent matching those filter sets will make this. If you want to increase that number, you can right click, you can come to time frame, set record count, and you can go up to 1,000. I don't recommend doing that. One, no human being can look at 1,000 stocks at once like that if you're running the scan active during the day. If it's in the after hours or the before hours, then so be it. The reason for this is during the trading hours, if you have a bunch of top lists and they're all at 1,000, that means those top lists have to go back and forth to the server and search for 1,000 stocks that meet its criteria, and that could possibly impact your performance. However, it's a free country and you pay for the software and you do whatever you want. So right click, copy, and there's that scan for you right there, Peter. Exactly what you asked for. All right. Now, let's see here. How can it be an alert if it looks in historical? Well, it's got to look back in time to find the pattern forming, right, Bill? So if we come, let's go new, an alert window. Let's get rid of this stuff here. So what this is doing, there's a couple of things here. So let's look for head and shoulders. If we could type, that would be great, Chris. Aye, aye, aye. All right, so we're going with head and shoulders, all right? So let's click this and highlight it, all right? And let's click help. And that's going to bring us to this page here, all right? And so this reports when that pattern has happened. We take it a step further and we come down here, eventually. And we're going to get some more stuff on this here, all right? Some of these chart patterns are grabbed by the amount of time covered by the chart pattern, crossing the support line, so on and so forth, all right? So time is measured in hours of trading. 6.5 is the hours between the open and close, but what about the pre-market? So the pattern is going to look through all these time frames here to try to find, in our case, or in your case, a head and shoulders pattern, all right? So we need the hours of trading to define how far back are we willing to look to find this pattern here, all right? And these are done by 15-minute candlesticks on top of all that. So we're looking at 15 minutes candlesticks and then going back on time on a 15-minute chart to find that pattern. So hopefully that makes sense there, Bill. And let me know if not. I'll try to dig deeper on that for you. So Peter, what you can do is if you go to our YouTube channel, let me find. So if you come here on our YouTube channel, Peter, and you go to videos, you'll find replays of everything we've ever done here under videos. Here's a link to that. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the system to compress the data and put it through, but that's where you'll find a replay of every webinar and all that good stuff like that. And then let's see. Well, no, it won't be the custom symbol list. No, because here's the thing. As long as you have that set record count out to 1,000, the system's going to try to look for 1,000 stocks, even if there's only one. So it's circling and searching for the 1,000 stocks, Debbie. So, on any of my things that are pointed at a symbols list, I try to keep it close to what I think that symbols list is in general, just for less impact, that's all. Like with I try to keep it under 100 symbols anyways, so, I leave it at 100. With my sector analysis, I think I've got like 70 something on there, so if we come to set record count, I try to leave it in that ballpark, so 75, I think I've got 72 or 73 on there. So it gives me a leeway if I come across another sector I feel like adding. And then let's see, and I'm going to circle back. I see there, Bill, you're still with us. How do I save my layout to ensure all the windows stay in the same place when I reopen? Doesn't always do that correctly. So this is what you're going to want to do here, there, my friend. Who's that? James. All right. When you go to save, go File. When you have the layout you want, go File, Save Layout, and it's going to opt to this right here, Default Layout _. And when you save your layout as that is the layout that will open every single time you open Trade Ideas. Now, people like me, I have multiple layouts. So if I decide this is not the default layout I want, this is a layout I'm using to scan in the evenings, for example, which I have one, or the pre-market, I have all kinds of layouts. You know, you can rename it, anything like that. You name it whatever you want, and then you save it. And then if you want to load that layout, you come to File. After opening the program, your default layout is what will always load. You'll go File, Load Layout, and then you can pick the layout, whatever you named it here. But when you name it default underscore layout in the capitals like that, that it defaults to do on the save, that is what will load every single time you start Trade Ideas. You can save your layout to the cloud as well, but that will not load a default layout. That's just a cloud saved layout. So you can always go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and this is a way to have a backup of it in case, you know, you get a new computer, or your computer melts down, or, you know, your kid spills orange juice on it, or lightning strikes your house, whatever. And you can click entire layout, and you can save your entire layout to the cloud, and then you can just always load that layout from the cloud too. But the default local saved layout is what will load every single time. Hopefully that makes sense there for you, James. If not, let me know. Question, are able to trade in the sim with Brokerage Plus? The sim is part of Brokerage Plus. So, if you load up a Brokerage Plus window, you know, mine's already loaded, but if you go new and you go Brokerage Plus, you're going to get a window that looks something similar to this. Now mine is, you know, I've set mine up, for example, like things like I don't use the profit continuum up here. This line up here, that's annoying to me. I don't like that, so I get rid of that. You know, things like that. And in here, referring to after hours, no. I mean, you can try, but because, you know, liquidity in the after hours is different, you may or may not get a fill, but we don't have a replay. So you can try to trade with the sim in the after hours. It's not as accurate or as good for getting fills because, you know, market order, limit order, and liquidity in the post market. That's where you'll run into a problem there, Pamela. And then, yeah, Peter, that's what I'm here for. You know, everybody starts at a different spot with all these things, Peter. So that I'm here to help. This is what my goal here is to do with these support Q&As in the late day. And then, so Bill, no worries on it, Bill. Here, we're going to go back again. So what's happening here is if we go new alert window, we're gonna build one real quick. And we're gonna look for Head and Shoulders. All right, Head and Shoulders. We're gonna add this alert. All right. What we're telling here is if we leave this blank, we're saying I don't care how far back you have to look back in chart history to find me what I want. Where if we put in, let's say, 6 hours, all right, I'm only looking back a max of 6 hours to find Head and Shoulders pattern on 15-minute charts, essentially. So let's kind of just see what we get here. I'm going to get rid of all the filters just to return us as much as I can. All right. And so selected alerts, Head and Shoulders. All right. We're looking back 6 hours in trading. We're going to press OK. And sorry, that populated somewhere else and things aren't grabbing right. The whole world's falling apart. All right. And now in here, we're looking at this, and the description's going to tell us, all right, so Head and Shoulders pattern, price of 280, all right, 289 and 280.5, all right, started 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, last turn 2 minutes and 25 seconds ago. So that's how far back this pattern's going. We're going to pull this up, and let's take a look at what we look like here. And so this is what this saw for Head and Shoulders here. It saw a shoulder here, saw a head here, and saw a shoulder here. All right? Does that make, hopefully that makes sense. And so it took this scan and was looking back a max of 6 hours, and this is the last alert that came through on it. Now we can right click and we go to history and go today, and we take a look at some other alerts here, right? And we can see the description of them. So here, SUNL, Head and Shoulders, here's your prices, the reasons for those prices, and the time frame on them. All right, so let's see, 3:45 is when the alert came in. And so I'm guessing it saw this as a shoulder, that as a head, and that as a shoulder, is what I would surmise. All right, based on what I'm seeing here and what I'm seeing in the chart pattern here. And that So let's see. Started 5 hours and 10 minutes ago. Last turn 6 minutes and 45 seconds ago. So, all right, what it's really seeing is this. I believe that's going to be our head. That's going to be a shoulder. That's going to be a shoulder. No way to say look at 15-minute intraday. No. You can make an attempt, Bill, and, this is where the outside the box thinking comes, and I can't say specifically if you can or cannot do this, but you can try with different range filters and intraday, different intraday range filters and position and range filters and change filters. You might be able to telescan in a combination to find stocks that look like something like this. I would suspect that you'll have some stocks that are going to look like it on the time frame you're looking for, and some that don't. But you'll have to work in these time frames. Let's go with range. Let's go with filters. And so, you've got these different range filters in here, all right, to look at, to say, I don't want stocks going out of these price ranges here. And then you have change. And you have these change filters here, whether dollars or percents that you want. You may, Bill, be able to work out some kind of combination of them that are going to turn what you want. But that's going to take, a lot of troubleshooting and scan building on your side and running histories and running them during the day. So the example that I give of being able to do something like this is Andy created a bull flag scanner. All right, we don't have bull flag as pattern recognition at all, but I doubt this is going to show us anything. Well, okay. Let's see what it actually looks like and if it is a bull flag. All right, yeah. So this is a pretty decent one here. All right, we're pulling, we're flagging. All right. And how Andy, this is on a daily chart now, but again, you can break it down to intraday time frames that we have. And what Andy did here, all right, is he took these window-specific filters to build this. So some of them pertain to the actual flag, and some pertain to some quality of the flag. So he defined a price range, and then he said it's got to be up from the previous day's close. He used this EPS hack to keep out ETFs. And then he said, I want a 5-day range of 1 to 5%. So I want to see it's where it's bouncing around a little bit to get me that flag. I got to see it above the low of the previous day's range, okay? He used his composite rating, the composite rating that him and Michael built, to try to keep some more quality names. He said it's got to be up at least, a change in the last 10 days. It's got to be at least a 3% change over the last 10 days to give us some more volatility on the upside for that poll. And then he gave it an average daily volume filter of 300,000 over the 10-day average. All right. So Andy thought outside the box, how to use all those filters and create a bull flag scanner on daily. Most, if not all, those filters that pertain to actually building that bull flag exist on intraday time frames as well. So, you can convert that whole idea that he did there to the head and shoulders pattern and relate that to the different ways of combining those. Again, it's not going to be something easy to do, and I don't know the results you're going to get. What I can say for sure is that if you are able to find charts that you want, you're certainly going to find charts that you don't want either. Absolutely, I can. And I always encourage people to take a scan like this. And even if, let's say, you don't care for bull flags or anything like that, my pointing out of what I'm doing here with that is to show outside the box thinkings. I for a long time, I was caught up in, if it wasn't directly in the software named, I couldn't figure out how to do something with it. And then when Andy had showed me this, forever ago, I took it as a way to say, wow, this was an outside the box way of thinking for, we have all this data and there's so many ways to use it, and this was another way to use it. No, of course, Bill. Again, this is the stuff that I'm here for, and I like when we're doing things like this. Keeps me engaged, keeps the time moving forward, and having conversations like this based on the software can open up different views, not just for you guys, for myself even. Sometimes my brain sparks to something while I'm going over things like this, and I have a thought and how that thought could carry in. I don't mess around with building scans as much as I used to, but I do consider scan building kind of like my adult video game these days, and I'm a video game generation person. And sometimes I just like to start throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks, messing around because I get an idea, and see how that all goes. So what do we got? We got 9 minutes and change to wrap up. So all right, we're gonna have some really interesting charts today. Um, Let me see here. I want to look. Do I have? So Steve had made some like 3-day bounce scans. 3 days up. No, that's not it. Steve had these scans way back when. I don't know if they still exist or not. All right, here's a washout bounce on the top list. I'll bet this is going to be an interesting list today. Let's take a look at some of these. And what is a washout bounce? Well, let's bring up a few charts and see if we can't find. That's a washout bounce. So look at that. It came down, washed it all out, bounced right back up. So going to be some interesting names on this. I'll go ahead and share this out right now. This is an oldie, but it can be a goodie. It just, it depends on the market we're in. Not every scan works in every market. Washout, bounce, share. This is one of the first scans I think I ever downloaded from Trade Ideas a million years ago. IBM. Yeah, it defaults to 100, Debbie. It used to be 50. I think it's 100 now. Let's double check here. New top list. Okay. So it's just a random top list. I just did new. And time frame, set record count. Yeah, 100 is the default. IBM, talk about a zombie company. Washout bounce on IBM though. IBM going ham right now. So very interesting stuff there. NEM. This was the trade of the week here that Steve put out. He did not give it a trigger price. And we had someone email us today saying, yeah, nice call, down $1 or whatever. And it ends up even for the day. Let's talk about frustrating. We get some pretty nasty emails here, I gotta say. That's a really nice looking setup right there, to be honest. And we saw what gold has done. Gold had a nice gap up, pulled back, and then moved up again. So we'll see what that means. But it's a good looking chart here, I gotta say. Especially we take a look at things like this. Look at what the overall market did. And look at this kind of strength that it has, and now it's at this big inflection point that's right here. And so almost like maybe coiling up here to make that move up. Is it going to? I don't know. I have no position in it, and I will not be taking a position in it no matter what happens. But, just food for thought. That, Debbie, I was probably, let's say 2 years in before I knew about the set record count. And then this was a real kicker here. If we come to configure on top list, this sort, kind of my own whatever. I just never paid attention to what sort was. And so one day I was, a couple of years in, I was like, Barry, please help. Why is this stock not showing on my scan? I was like, I know I'm not doing something right. And he took a look for me, and he's like, change from close because of the sort. There's too many stocks that'll meet the criteria of the scan, and I had to change I had to sort it on something else. So it wasn't populating because I wasn't sorting on change from close, and just like that, I learned the sorts. So it's just, I hear Barry say it once in a while. I stopped going into the YouTube room now because I'm studying when I'm not troubleshooting stuff during the day and working support. I'm studying right now, and I hear Barry say it, and it's so true. Nobody knows everything about trade ideas. I mean, there are some of us internally here now from troubleshooting that have a pretty good grasp on almost everything. There's something that still eludes everyone. I mean, my area that I really lack on is custom filters. I just can't wrap my head around the order of operations in that thing. For some of it, it is what it is. Some of the other guys, they're not as well versed in brokerage plus. I'm not as well versed as scan building. Andy and Steve can really build some scans. They just, I don't know, someone gives them an idea and boom, they're off and running with it. And I struggle sometimes trying to help people build scans. Yeah, same thing. If you sort with a relative volume, you won't get anything in the pre-market either, because relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market. Same as change from open. I'd be remiss, not going to go over all of it, but if I risked $100 per trade today, based on moderate profit, that's, assuming that I got Holly's fills and closes, of course, that's where I'd be. I think more realistically, you might be able to call that number something like 300 or 350 maybe, more realistically. Not bad. And also, I'm one of those people that is 100% against automating Holly and walking away from her and just letting her do her thing. I'm one of those people that thinks that she makes some pretty good entries all day long, but sometimes her exits are kind of so, you know, unbiased about that. And now look, the market turned around completely, but she was holding up earlier in the day. Anybody that saw, I had a few Twitter posts about it earlier in the day when the market was not feeling so well, and she was still up $200 in moderate profit. So that's something to say the least. And to show how that changed, this was one of the big winners earlier in the day when that was happening, and then look at what happened to it. So this went that far negative and was still able to do this today. So again, we get some really incredible emails about, Holly could have 10 awesome days in a row. The first day she has a bad day, 5 or 6 emails telling us that our system is trash. Pretty amazing stuff. But it is what it is. I can understand people's frustration. I just wish people would look at things on a longer term basis, that's all. So, all right, 428, I guess I'll start to do my walkout here for the day. I really appreciate everybody that comes in here as always. Debbie in Perfect Circle, Bill, Peter, every one of you, Pamela, James, trying to hit everybody's name. Michael threw something out there. Carr, every one of you. Eagle Trader, I really appreciate every single one of you coming in here, interacting, just spitball and stuff like this. It helps us grow using the software as traders. All these different things. It's what, makes a community. And, if it wasn't for the Trade Ideas community, I personally would have never learned to trade. So, I'm grateful for this community here. And, I was on one side of it. Now I'm on another side of it. But I have, I have perspective from both sides because I was a user for a long time before I was, fortunate enough to land as part of the team here. So I thank you all very kindly. Barry will have this stream open tomorrow, no later than 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning. He will, as usual, run it till noon Eastern when one of the other guys, let's see, tomorrow's Tuesday, so it'll be Michael tomorrow from noon to 1. Barry takes it back at 1, and then I'll take it back over at 3:30, and we'll do this all over again. Yes, that's exactly it. Win him over with class. Today that guy that sent that email in, part of me wants to go in and say, hey, the stock, that stock that you were complaining about actually closed positive for the day. But all I said to him is, I'm sorry if you don't like our emails, and we're happy to unsubscribe you if you're having trouble unsubscribing yourself. This is here for educational purposes, and that's it. and he can take that however he wants, and that's all we do. No one ever suffered for taking the high road. That's all. So again, thank you all, everybody, very, very much, and I will see you all again here tomorrow at 3:30. I hope. Take care and have a wonderful rest.